Abby Martin destroys son of Hamas. Rafa invasion starts. Wait, hold on. Actually, I'm gonna say Piers demolishes Israeli Spock's like Bedouin village. Rafa invasion starts. US restricts ammo. Pissing off entitled ass Israel, throwing a violent genocidal tantrum, and more. Disco Elysium. Mazovian dialectics later. Okay, I'm in a weird ass mood today. I'm in kind of a good ass mood today. It's maybe because I went out to have dinner with friends. Like it just kind of put me in a good mood, all things considered. Do we have a blast off meet? Do we have a blast off meme? I'm in a goofy ass mood. Kaya is dead. Yeah, she is. Disco sleeps him, but we support gaming. Man, shut up. Don't say that. Why are hackers? Haters are talking shit. Haters are talking big shit about gaming out here. Bro, stop. This Macklemore meme is disrespectful, dude. Stop. It's just like I hate you guys are wishing into the world this like bullshit, okay? It has to end. No more. We're putting a fucking blockade on Macklemore mentions after today. Me, can we go see Macklemore? Mom, we have Macklemore at home. Ah. Anyway, blast on off.
Tell me something your mom doesn't know and I'll buy you whatever you want.
I say the N-word harder.
What?
Not for no shoes, boy.
I mean, that is like the least shocking thing. Isn't that the fucking fetal alcohol syndrome kid? That's the fast kid, right? With like the massive fucking bouncer that always is like trying to start shit and then have his bouncer like beat the shit out of random people. Yeah, this is what Kick has done. You just saying words. Literally never watched gaming, but I've been waiting 2 years for you to play Disco on stream. I cannot wait. Thinking about starting my own. The music alone just makes me feel warm and nostalgic for when I first played it. You're in the Spectrum Talk algo again? Wait, what?
The birth chart of Hassan Piker. He is just so fine. And the fact that he's politically smart as well. I can't find his time of birth or anything like that, but he is a Capricorn moon because the moon was in Capricorn all.
Bro, when you said Spectrum Talk, I thought you meant autism. I thought you meant the autism spectrum, which, you know, I guess this is kind of a hyperfixation for the girlies. Like, I feel like being this into the zodiac stuff is like kind of girl autism, right? But did you finish Walking Dead? Yes, man. Yes. Not only did I finish Walking Dead, but it's like on the entire fucking franchise is already on my gaming channel.
On all of July 25th, which makes him a Leo. I feel like every Leo man looks like a variation of this, but that rustic Capricorn moon really comes out. He's like already cosplaying as like that dad vibes that Capricorn gives. Also, Jake Weber is a Capricorn moon as well, so they probably got along just fine. And Capricorn does represent more like gothic energy because it's very antiquated. Like Capricorns are always wearing black or something like that. It's very clean, minimalistic energy too. But Capricorns can be, again, very gothic. He does.
Bro, I have no idea what any of this stuff means. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just going, that's true. I think so. Yeah. I wish I could be this into something, Lamau. Be this into socialism, okay? Another of you?
He does have his Venus and Mars and Virgo though. So he likes clean girls. He likes girls that are giving Bella Hadid, Dolly Parton energy. Academics is where he finds his love in as well. He does have his Saturn making an opposition with his Sun. When the Sun, especially so dignified in Leo, has a harsher aspect with Saturn, it usually gives like, I have to work for my fame, but I will do it. Honestly, a Leo Sun that has a harsh aspect to Saturn is my favorite type of Leo. I think of Charlie XCX. I think of people who are naturally talented but always work hard as possible because of that perfectionist that Saturn has. And also again with the Virgo thing going on, he's probably very hard on himself, but that might even be because his parents were hard on him too. And then he has that media glamour with the moon conjoined with Neptune. production. There's lots of directors and people who are very good at manipulating media as well. And he's also Jupiter's sun. Jupiter's sun people are mischievous and they're also teachers. They keep you engaged. It's like the funny science teacher that always makes like comments and stuff like that. I really enjoy his chart. I'm sorry. I wonder if he recently got out of a relationship because Saturn was making an opposition to his Venus, and he might revisit that same relationship in April of this year. As for career, he has his Jupiter in Leo, and Jupiter is going to be transiting the 11th place of Leo, which is Gemini. In Hellenistic astrology, the 11th place of anything is called good fortune or acquisition, which means that you're
Is this saying you were born in New Jersey? Yeah, this is correct. I was. I'm an anchor baby. Why are you entertaining this dumbass shit? Why do you get so mad at this kind of thing? It's just like, let the girls have some fun, man. Like, bro, dudes will literally give you encyclopedic knowledge on what happened in like the 1984 World Series and what went wrong, okay? They'll be like, listen, you don't understand. The wind was actually blowing in a 38-degree angle, which actually caused the pitcher to fucking throw the ball in a way that he normally wouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And then turn around and get mad at ladies for having fun. Check your misogyny at the door, sweetie. Okay? I am the only person who is allowed to make fun of all of this because I don't think I'm this invested in anything on the planet. But even then, I just think, you know, it's fine. You know, whatever. Whatever. Who cares? Let the people have fun. They're both corny though, Hassan. No, for sure. But I just personally am always like, whatever. Everybody gets to have one thing.
Which means that you're reaping the benefits of something. So he's going to be reaping the benefits of his social class or his status or the image that he's projected outwards, because Leo has to do with brightness and brilliance. He will also have Mars go over his sun sign. So I expect for him to be a little bit canceled this coming December to January.
No! Bro, I always get canceled. That's a lock, to be fair. That's the most solid prediction.
Which might even be aligned with whatever relationship that he was in earlier this year.
The comments were not even saying Feral Women Classic. Wait, what? He's literally so pretty. He needs to be the bachelor or something. Okay. I mean, this is the spectrum. When you said the spectrum video, I thought this was the spectrum we were talking about.
I like him. I like that autistic man. And would I be wrong if I asked him at dinner, is you autistic? Because
You literally pull numbers out of your ass that I look up and you get it right. You have that type of autism, but don't know what the name of that autism is. Politics guy. I think it's just, I'm not even very good at recall like that. I just get lucky. Bro, if you come to South Africa, you better do a meet and greet. I swear there are like 5 of us, but still. Yeah, I don't know if I have like a big South African presence, to be honest. If I go out there, I'm linking up with the government, dude, and I'm building real existing socialism. We're building on Mandela's legacy. We're actually abolishing the economic apartheid that still exists. 10% of the population is white, and yet they own 90% of the most viable land, the most valuable land in South Africa. What the fuck's that about? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm going over there and I'm gonna fucking continue Mandela's legacy, dude. Yeah, it's like, what? I keep hearing about this white genocide, but I haven't seen it. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck's going on? Come on, get with the program. Do the white genocide, South Africa. What the hell? A little bit of expropriation, please. Anyway. Meet and greet with Julius Malema and the EFF, please. Okay, dude. Meet the EFF and get dripped out. Okay, all right. We're moving on. Let's get started. First, I just gotta say something. Kendrick Lamar fans need to chill the fuck out. Is Not Like Us iconic enough that white people should get a pass while rapping it? Not talking about Southern frat boys who would abuse it. Not talking about the hard R's ever. Talking about the genuine fans celebrating Dot's historic victory. Kindred spirits. Just curious about people's perspectives in the culture. This is why I do not go to Reddit unless I want to make fun of someone. Because let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. Please understand. Reddit ultimately is about two things. White boys that want to say the N-word. It doesn't matter what their political background is. It doesn't matter what their worldview is. It will always come down to white boys that want to say the N-word and people who are deeply invested in American foreign policy. So invested that they might as well be tuning in from Langley. So invested that it feels like their paycheck revolves around the continuation of American cruelty. Okay? And gooners. Yes, you're right. And gooners and the pornography enjoyers. Okay? It's wild to me the way that Reddit operates. Will you be streaming? Megan Thee Stallion reveals anime sample was clear for her third studio album via IG. Get the fuck out of here. You serious? Y'all will never believe what anime sample I got clear for my album. This has never been done. Very hard to do. Y'all are going to scream. Megan Thee Stallion, you are always welcome on the stream, on the broadcast. We could do an anime tier list. Megan Thee Stallion, I am a hot girl. Megan Thee Stallion, this is a safe space. Megan Thee Stallion, you are our queen. Megan Thee Stallion, I am ready and able to give you a subscription at the top of the hour so you never have to see another fucking ad break ever again. Megan Thee Stallion. We have similar enemies like misogyny. Okay, I hate it too. And also manlets, not short kings. I defend short kings unconditionally like Kendrick Lamar. Manlets, on the other hand, I got the smoke for. Okay, Megan Thee Stallion, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You will not see it because I have given you... You have seen like 2 anime. She clears you as a weeb. Yeah, okay. I love you, Megan Thee Stallion. You are the GOAT. Please come on the broadcast. Megan Thee Stallion announces new single, Boa. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you for fucking real? Megan Thee Stallion announces new single, Boa, while cosplaying and naming the album after Boa Hancock from One Piece? Bro. Dude, that is what? Bro, get the showrunner to reach out to her. I literally just now texted Matt. I didn't even know that this was like this. I didn't even know it was like that. I thought she was just like a kind of a fan. I didn't realize it was like that. I'm a hot girl. Megan's fandom called hotties, mind you. I'm a hottie. I'm a hot girl and a hottie. Fuck it. What are your thoughts on 29-year-old Boa Hancock lusting after 17-year-old Luffy? It doesn't matter because Luffy is an ace aromantic, okay? Luffy is an ace aromantic king. He's also, I think, 19 or 20. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Luffy will never be groomed because he is both ace and aromantic and he only likes eating meat. That's it. Anyway, all right. Hancock is an attempted groomer. That's true. That's facts. I will not deny it. Oh, here, you wanted me to look at this.
And then I put the puppy's individual name.
Yeah.
And the thing about that is I like, because the OFA has everything alphabetical. So
I think that's the Anatolian Shepherd, right?
if you're looking at the OFA records of that dam, all you have to do is put Lucky Hit Diva Kids, and every puppy that she's had has been x-rayed will pop up, and you can see how well or poorly they've done on their OFAs and all that stuff. OFA is Orthopedic Foundation of America. It's what you use to test their. And then I put.
Maya's neighbor breeds them. They are phenomenal. They're phenomenal guard dogs. They're phenomenal. Like, a lot of farmers and a lot of people will use them specifically for livestock. They are some of the best. Dogs boring as hell. Bro, are you okay? Man, I just don't like dogs. Fake ass fan can't even name a song. Okay, bro, here, take a day off, actually. That's it. Geoforio, big gifter in the fucking chat. Anti-Italian hatred is thriving today, okay? You're having a bad day. It doesn't mean that everyone else is supposed to have a bad day with you. Do you understand? Take a day off. Take a chill pill. Okay? What the fuck kind of hater bullshit is this, bro? He said dogs suck. Anyway, Anatolian Shepherds are phenomenal shepherd dogs. They are really good. Responsible breeding makes me hard. I love hearing this man talking about OFAs. Yeah, I mean that dude is not breeding fucking designer dogs with like genuine genetic problems, specifically so that like some white lady can have the dog. Some white lady can have the dog and carry it in her purse. Like that dude is literally breeding dogs with a very specific purpose. It makes total sense for him to breed that dog. You don't know that? No, you can't. Dude, Anatolian Shepherds are like Kaya size. You can't just like fucking breed them for funsies. No, this like that's the type of dog that like farmers and people think are phenomenal. How many chatters need an actual shepherd dog? The mom was on the stream and she was bigger than Maya. Yeah.
Now she's licking my pants. Do you have a second favorite breed?
Wait, I don't really understand this though. That one's coat is like way too dark, so that's not like a purebred Anatolian Shepherd, I don't think.
You know, my problem is...
Or I guess their coat might get lighter.
You know, the puppies?
No, breed of dog.
Oh, breed of dog. My problem is I do like all dogs. I can like any dog. I don't know why. They're just all wonderful.
Yeah, like Kaya.
like
Kaya's
little
coat was like
dogs
much
and big
darker when she
dogs
was a baby.
But for being on a farm, needing protection from predators, I just don't think there's a better dog than the Anatolian at all. So for what I need them for, I have to have Anatolians. And all my family, they have, I can't even think of the names, but those little...
Is Kaya an Anatolian Shepherd? No, Kaya is literally the Chinese version of that. Kaya is Chow Chow Tibetan Mastiff and Saint Bernard mix. She's not like purebred or anything like that, but Tibetan Mastiffs technically are literally like the Anatolian Shepherd of that region. Like there's different variants of guard dogs or dogs that are supposed to like tend to flock, look after farmland, shit like that. And the version of that is this. There's obviously the Caucasian Shepherd. Anatolian Shepherd is like the Turkish version. They all play the same role pretty much. Does she have a purple tongue? She has purple blots, black blots in her tongue, like little parts of her tongue. Some of her tongue is like black. It's really funny. Anyway.
Little fuzzy dogs. And
Pomeranians?
Yeah, Great Pyrenees
no,
is another
not that
one.
Fuzzy, but they're like shits about it. And now
Love that you are where she's guarding right now. She ain't guarding shit, okay? She's just sleeping. Cuke Pyrenees. I don't know. Pyrenees, however you fucking say it. Is there really anything to add? A picture speaks for itself. A picture says 1,000 words. Everyone sit and think about this really hard today. This is an ongoing Felix bit. This is a Gen AI image blurred to appear real. Yeah, is there really anything to add? The picture speaks for itself. Yeah, there is a lot to add here, jackass. It's called, why the fuck are you acting like the Hamas terrorists that you are that you are pointing to are the same as the Nazis when you're doing Nazi shit to the Palestinians? I love these guys being like, well, look at this AI image. It says a lot, don't it? Anyway. Yeah, but this is the Felix bit about how Drake should have been in the Band of Brothers and freeing the camps in Band of Brothers. And it's the gift, it's the bit that keeps on giving, you know? We'll talk about Piers Morgan doing real journalism. We obviously have the Department of Justice investigating whether Elon Musk and Tesla committed securities or wire fraud by deceiving people about Tesla's self-driving capabilities. obviously this opens up a whole litany of different issues for Elon Musk, because if we did actually apply the standard to like every fucking lie that Elon Musk is told, this is literally the only reason why his stock performs the way it does. He just lies all the time. He did it recently. Anyway, we got that. I also tweeted about this lady, Israeli member of the Knesset and Likud official Tali Gottlieb has a message for the U.S. Some unhinged, arrogant, entitled bullshit because the United States limited some, not all, some of the ammunition that we were sending to Israel, because Israel was like, we're going to use that shit on Rafah, even though, you know, and obviously I have the Drake clip. Please, I know everyone is going crazy over this. Local news called him the no word. Okay, all right. They let Kahan out with no bail because, of course, Reuven Kahan was released on his own recognizance, i.e. without bail, after driving into a crowd of pro-Palestine protesters. Palestine protesters, assault, second degree, a felony. Yep. Oh, here, let's start with this beautiful moment. Kim Kardashian reacts to protesters shouting free Palestine at OMR Business Festival in Hamburg.
It's okay. That's okay. It's happened at every event I've done recently. Free everybody. What? No, free speech. Everybody. So, talk. Thank you. Free speech. One of the things that is actually against oppression. I'm going to ask about asking, but the state of the world, where it is.
Wait, where did she say all? Where did she say free everybody?
It's okay. That's okay. It's happened at every event I've done recently. Free everybody.
Free everybody. Oh God. When she moved the mic to her face, I saw. BLM didn't teach this country shit, did it? No. Also, that was back when Kim Kardashian. What the fuck was that? Hello? Hi? That scared the shit out of me. No, it wasn't an earthquake. It sounded like Kaya sprayed something, but it wasn't. I think she was just scraping her paw or some shit. Anyway. All right, let's get started. All right, let's get started. Yeah, she said, all lives matter. All lives matter, guys. Yeah, but back when she was a culture vulture and LARPing as a black woman, even though obviously she was never a black woman, you know, and hooking up with Kanye West and taking advantage of black culture like that, that's when she was like, Black Lives Matter. And then now that she's done with all that nonsense, okay, now that she cast that shit aside, she's like, all lives matter, free everybody.
Israeli military has conducted what it called targeted raids in Rafah as negotiations to halt the 7-month war resumed in Cairo. Israel's operations are in defiance of international calls not to attack the southern city, which is crowded with Palestinian civilians sheltering near the Egyptian border. Fighting has intensified.
Yeah, it's additionally ironic being Armenian and also doing that, considering that like Israel is very much aligned with Azerbaijan. So, you know.
Following Israel's seizure of the vital Rafah crossing with Egypt. Israel says it's reopened one of the main crossing points for aid. Kerem Shalom was closed last week following a Hamas rocket attack. The World Health Organization has warned hospitals are running dangerously low on fuel. Negotiators from Israel and Hamas are at the ceasefire talks in Cairo, along with Egyptian and Qatari mediators. On Monday, Israel rejected a three-phase proposal that had been accepted by Hamas. From Jerusalem, our Middle East correspondent Yilan Nell reports. A warning, you may find some of her report distressing.
The panic and confusion as rescuers pull the wounded from the rubble after an overnight Israeli airstrike in Rafah. And today, another all too familiar scene in Gaza, a mother struggling with unbearable loss. After Israel seized control of the key crossing with Egypt, it says it's continuing a limited offensive in Gaza's southernmost city, battling Hamas gunmen in the east of their last stronghold. But for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who fled to Rafah to escape the fighting elsewhere, there's renewed fear.
Last time they told us to go to Rafah, saying there's aid and it's a safe place. And look, they came into Rafah. For now, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here. It's enough. We're tired of being displaced, and I don't know where I want to go.
World powers have warned Israel against a full assault here, saying it would be a humanitarian catastrophe. Israel argues its operation is pressuring Hamas to make concessions in talks on a ceasefire and the release of hostages.
That's great. That's just like, I like that the way that Israel is openly recognizing their actions of collective punishment against a civilian population comprised primarily of children at this point, because they killed all the fucking parents, is actually just to pressure Hamas. That's sick, man. Thanks. No, that's cool. No. Keep fucking killing children, actually. No, we have to keep doing the baby murder because we're pressuring Hamas right now. You know? It's great. Thanks.
And this is a critical moment in those indirect negotiations now taking place in Cairo. The US says it believes a deal is achievable, but Israel clearly has issues about the wording of the draft text, referring to a return to sustainable calm. It simply doesn't want the war in Gaza to end before it can say it's dismantled Hamas.
But there are signs of growing strain with Israel's closest allies. For the first time in this war, the US has halted a shipment of powerful bombs, an official says, worried about how they'd be used. The Israeli military insists relations with Washington remain strong.
The aid is unprecedented. The operational partnership is significant. When there are disputes, and they are being resolved in closed rooms in a matter-of-fact way.
In line with a promise to President Biden, today Israel said it was reopening the biggest crossing for aid into Gaza. Kerem Shalom was closed on Sunday after Hamas rockets killed 4 Israeli soldiers nearby. But a UN agency says no supplies have yet entered. The desperate situation in Rafah could yet get worse. Yolande Nell, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, let's speak to our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, who is in Jerusalem. Frank, welcome to you. Just in the past few minutes, the Reuters news agency is reporting some comments from the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin on the suspension or pausing of one arms shipment, at least, to Israel. He confirmed that that had happened in a Senate hearing. He reiterated, though, the US's ironclad commitment to Israel, but he added the caveat that they want to ensure civilians are protected in Rafah. We know that there is a military operation in Rafah right now. What do you think these comments and the pausing of this military shipment means for Israel's offensive there?
Well, it's a clear sign of Washington's disapproval of Israel going into Rafah. It said, don't go into Rafah, do a ceasefire deal. And in fact, Israel has done the exact opposite of that. Now, Israel's view is that they need to go into Rafah to finish off what they consider...
So many trying to color this as the U.S. holding Israel accountable. Yeah, what the craziest part about this is that, like, Israel is so used to just getting the unconditional support from the United States of America that, like, they're mad that 3,500 dumb bombs were not shipped to them instantly so they could be used in lasering fucking children in Rafah. Like, there's another aspect of this war that I want to cover that hasn't really been hasn't really been considered as much, like the obvious death and destruction and how expensive and how costly the war has been to Israel in general, as far as like the weapons that they're using. There was a TikToker that was talking about this. A TikToker that was specifically talking about like Israel's used 70,000 munitions, but only killed 35,000 people. If they wanted to, they could kill a lot more people. And it's like, first of all, holy shit, you're out of your fucking mind for even saying things like this in defense of Israel. It was like some fucking Hosborough mouthpiece, this like liberal dude, I think, who's just he's just like defending Israel. Anyway, and the reason for that is specifically because like they don't want to just kill people. They want to make Gaza uninhabitable, which they have successfully done so, right? Like they want to kill a lot of people, obviously, and they want to do that with the permission of the Western world. So there's like a level of baby murder that the Western world will obviously turn a blind eye to, as we've seen, specifically the United States of America. They're trying to do this in the most like PR way possible. They're trying to do a genocide in the most like PR appropriate ways possible. And sometimes their heavy-handedness ends up biting them in the fucking ass when, you know, they end up killing like white people and stuff, right? Which we've totally forgotten at this point. Remember when they killed 7 World Central Kitchen employees, you know, Americans, British people, Australians, like people from the Western world. And we just kind of gave up on that. Everybody was like, yeah, what the fuck is Israel doing? That's really fucked up. And then we just kind of forgot about that. Like, we don't really talk about that at all. Even though Israel had already killed 200 aid workers before then. Those aid workers happened to be UNRWA aid workers, though. So it doesn't matter because they were Palestinian, or they were actually ANIRA aid workers or PCRF aid workers, or, you know, medical professionals that were of Arab or Muslim descent. So they, you know, nobody really cared about that. And hundreds of journalists have been executed by the Israeli state. Anyway, just something to remember, something to consider, something to remember, something to think about when you're trying to understand what the fuck's really going on here. But yeah, it's not just about killing as many Palestinians as possible. We know Israel could kill more Palestinians if they wanted to. It's just about making sure that they kill enough Palestinians that they have some kind of like out. Like, we're just targeting Hamas because they still rely desperately on U.S. Weapon shipments. They rely desperately on U.S. political cover. These are the types of things that they need in order to continue their genocidal operations. That's it. And in spite of the best efforts from the United States of America and all these other politicians in the Western world, they're kind of losing that right now. They're kind of losing on the PR front.
The last 4 remaining battalions of Hamas fighters, and to find their tunnels, root them out, and also, as my colleague referred to there, to put pressure on Hamas to do a deal. But it's a densely packed area with roughly 1.4 million people already displaced many times. A lot of these people have moved up to 7 or 8 times trying to escape the fighting in other parts of the Gaza Strip. So in such a densely packed part of real estate, the US doesn't feel comfortable supplying Israel with 2,000-pound bombs. That's a 900-kilo bomb, roughly, that even if it is precisely targeted, nevertheless, there are going to be an awful lot of other people killed in that explosion. It's a huge bomb. So I think some people would say this has come rather late in the day. You know, there've been nearly 35,000 people killed in Gaza to date and climbing. But it is a very unprecedented, or almost unprecedented move, very rare indeed for the US to do this. When they say they've got ironclad support for Israel, they're really referring primarily to Israel defending itself against international threats. So on its northern border with Lebanon and Hezbollah, or defending its airspace against incoming drones and rockets and missiles from Iran, But when it comes to Gaza and the conduct of Israel's fighting, the conduct of Israel's war against Hamas.
Do I think Donald Trump would have supported Israel? I know Donald Trump would have supported Israel because Donald Trump did support Israel, and in ways that actually has played a significant role in October 7 happening. Why do people hate you so much? A guy threatened to kill me and my whole family because he saw that I have Hasanabi as my suggested streamer. Thanks. Okay, dude, that dude is just mentally ill. You have to understand that there's just like a lot of people out there who are mentally unwell. I don't know what to tell you. Unfortunately, because of the things that I talk about and the conviction that I have and the passion that I guess bring forward in these issues that I talk about, a lot of people that take an opposing stance will be in their feelings in a way that you don't actually get in any other circumstance. If someone was like that invested about Dua Lipa or some shit, which I'm sure there are plenty of people like that out there, you would be like, oh, that's like a mentally ill person. Like, this is a legitimately mentally ill person. But when it's politics, it's, I guess, like, people think it's normal to have these kinds of feelings. I don't know.
Us there, which has taken such a heavy toll of the civilian population. The US is deeply concerned, they say, about that.
Okay, Frank, thank you.
This morning, President...
Anyway, like we talked about last week, the U.S. halted arms shipment to Israel over concerns over the Rafah invasion, even though Joe Biden also is like, Joe Biden is like talking about how like Israel's invasion of Rafah actually doesn't hit our red lines now. Like all of a sudden, they are basically massaging the narrative into, no matter what Israel does, even though we say don't do it at first, we will inevitably say, okay, well, it's fine that you did it. So, yeah, it sounds like Chatter's trying to warn people and turn them away from having Hasanabi as their recommended streamer. Yeah, don't do that. Have me on as your recommended streamer. Fuck those haters. Who cares? Fuck them. Given my commentary and given the track record of my haters, they most likely are fans of like, they're most likely fans of someone who has definitely talked about lowering age of consent laws. So if you're not about that lifestyle, then move on. Anyway, so where were we? Let's get back to the main point of contention here. So as you guys know, for months and months, Rafah has been seen as like the last untarnished zone inside of the Gaza Strip. Okay? And that doesn't mean that they don't blow up Rafah either. Of course they have. They've done airstrikes on Rafah. However, the remaining Palestinians that were able to escape northern Gaza, that went through like these checkpoints and you know, all the males were basically arrested subsequently in that death march down to Rafah. Like, they thought that this was supposed to be, they thought that Rafah was supposed to be a safe zone. It was presented as a safe zone. A lot of these people have been living in Rafah inside of tent cities, waiting out the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign and hoping that it will be put an end to inevitably. That is why you saw celebration when the Palestinians heard that Hamas had accepted the ceasefire conditions, which were put together by an American and Egyptian and Qatari envoys as well, which Israel decided to renege on the terms and then turn around and say, actually, no, we didn't agree to this at all. We don't believe this at all. We are still going to continue with our Rafah invasion. Israel then also claimed that it was really fucked up of Hamas to act like they were accepting a ceasefire and getting the Palestinian hopes up, when in fact, the real issue for Israel is any ceasefire at all. Okay? They do not want a ceasefire. They do not want a permanent end to the conflict. which is, of course, perfectly understandable and perfectly reasonable and perfectly valid for any Palestinian to want. That's what they want. Israel's like, no, you give us the hostages, we keep blowing you up. That's what Israel's side is on the bargain. Okay? No way. Israel only interested in getting hostages back. They said so. Yeah, exactly. They don't care. They will fucking blow through the hostages if it means killing more Palestinians. Okay? Here, Bizan from Gaza explains very well that the Rafah invasion is so fucked up. Here, I'll show you this as well. Yes.
Bissam from Gaza, I'm still alive, and looks like after 214 days, it's now the turn of Rafah to be destroyed. So the Israeli army today at the morning dropped leaflets over the people living in the east and the middle of Rafah, telling them to evacuate their places because they're going to start the military operations or the ground invasion there in the east and the middle of Rafah. And they told people not to go to Al-Mawasi area or the coastal area of Rafah, not even to go to any schools or hospitals in the west of Rafah. They told people to go to Khan Yunis. Yes, as you heard, Khan Yunis. Khan Yunis is 100% destroyed. The municipality, the humanitarian workers and agencies are saying that the schools, the hospitals, the infrastructure, roads and homes of Khan Yunis, the whole area of Khan Yunis, are 100% destroyed. There's no even a place for people to put tents there. For that, it's dangerous, and there's no places. There's no water, there's no hospitals, no schools, no homes, no roads. The still standing but destroyed buildings are about to fall. It's too dangerous to be in Khan Yunis. And despite that, the Israeli army knows.
What? This guy, no one wants that political. People are here for you like always. Why do you have to put these topics on these people? All these people are here for you. We can't do nothing about what is happening in these places. People want to have fun. Stop bringing the horror stories we cannot change up. Chatter, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a fucking political commentator. Like, these horrors that we are funding are absolutely my job to bring up to an audience. Okay? If you're coming in here for me and me only, great. Okay, wonderful. Stick around. Maybe you will learn a thing or two. Neither you nor I can change, nor the chat can change something that's not true at all. This kind of nihilistic attitude, this defeatist attitude is insane. Luckily, plenty of people in this community do not feel that way and actually do take it to the streets. Okay? You should always maintain revolutionary optimism. Okay? It is not a loose situation account created today. Take a second off and really reconsider your stance.
On everything about this, because they did this, they know everything, but they're also telling people that the Mawasi area of Rafah is no longer a safe area. It's no longer a safe area. While in the past, when we were in the north of Gaza Strip or when we were in Khan Yunis,
like, understand something, okay? Every safe area that they declare, that's a legal designation. A safe zone is supposed to have a very clear legal designation under international law. It means that inside of that safe zone, you will not be shot at. It means that inside of that safe zone, you will not be bombed. It means that inside of that safe zone, you will have access to clean water, you will have access to electricity, you will have access to food, you will have access to humanitarian aid. Okay? That's where civilians are supposed to be evacuated to. However, Israel has violated this fundamental principle and unlocked PvP in the fucking safe zone over and over again. I mean, they don't care about international law. No one really cares about international law, but like, you have to understand, like, Israel's flagrant abuse and flagrant violations are happening in real time in front of our eyes. Okay? Ultimately, they lied about Rafah being a safe zone anyway, and they kept bombing at parts of Rafah anyway. And now they're gearing up for a full-scale invasion. They're gearing up for a full-scale invasion of Rafah and trying to move people back into Khan Yunis, which they already destroyed.
Yunis, they were telling us to go to Al-Mawasi area, to the far south of Rafah, to the humanitarian aid zone. Now, they are telling us simply that the place where hundreds of thousands of people lived there, built their tents there, tried to secure water and electricity by putting some solar cells, all these people are in danger and need to evacuate to Khan Yunis. They updated the safe area zone and excluded the Mawasi.
And they don't even call it a safe zone. They call it a safer zone. As in, they're saying that, like, there is no guarantee that you will have any safety in Han Yunis either. Obviously, Han Yunis in and of itself is not a safe area because it's completely reduced to rubble, as you saw the photos that Bizon pointed to, right? So they're basically saying it's just like it's a lethal zone there too. We're going to kill you no matter what, okay? We're just going to kill you. You're going to die. You have to die. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, imagine being trapped in this horrific scenario, okay? You walked for miles. Your home has been destroyed. This army with armed thugs is pointing their guns at you every step of the fucking way, making you do a death march down to Rafah. You've been living in a tent for months and months. You have sometimes, on lucky moments, electricity. You're missing your family members. Some of them have been apprehended and possibly being tortured by the Israeli military in some fucking black site a couple miles down the road inside of a military facility. Others have been killed or are under the rubble with no way out. And now you have done your trail of tears. You've gone down the Rafah. And now this same military force that has demonstrated that they do not care about your safety or security, that do not see you as human, is telling you to pack up your shit and move back up to Han Yunis, an area that has also been reduced to rubble already, with no assurances for your safety. You are withstanding famine. You are withstanding disease. You do not have access to humanitarian aid. And now you have to move again. Except half of your family, you know, the women and the elderly that you were able to get down to Rafah with, because all the men were apprehended and considered terrorists and are either being tortured or shot and killed. They can't even fucking walk. They're also wounded. You might be wounded. And then there's a brief moment of solace where you hear that Hamas has accepted the conditions of a ceasefire. You celebrate, only to have Israel turn around and say, actually, nah, fuck that ceasefire agreement. We don't like that at all. We had other plans. We want to keep invading Rafah. We want to keep doing a ground invasion. Fuck you. You're going to die. There's nothing you can do. So you're going to die if you stay in Rafah. You're going to die if you go to Han Yunis. You're going to die anyway. Okay? You're sick. You've been tortured in an act of unjustifiable collective punishment by this brutal suppressive force, this supremacist force that has destroyed your life. Everything you know, the life you've created in spite of it all, is now gone. Okay? No more moments of solace, no more moments of comfort that you could find, even though you lived under this unjustifiable apartheid regime's occupation that functionally turned everything that you know, everything that you were born into, an open-air prison. Now that open-air prison is getting smaller and smaller while they're killing you and your family members, and the same people that are killing you and your family members are telling you, you can go to Rafah, you can go to Han Yunis. If you go to Han Yunis, you have no guarantees. I really need you to understand. It's just a nightmare. It is a nightmare. It is hell on earth. Okay? It's unimaginable cruelty. It's just, I don't know. It's just the most animalistic, barbaric force on the fucking planet as it stands. And it's exceptionally, it adds insult to injury, and it's exceptionally cruel and unusual because it is being conducted with full-blown Western support. The largest hegemonic superpower on the planet is offering you all the help in the world. They're giving you political cover. They're giving Israel political cover. they're giving Israel the go-ahead, and they're engaging in this mealy-mouthed, wishy-washy bullshit where they'll be like, oh, Israel, don't invade Rafah. But then Israel does invade Rafah, and then Joe Biden is like, okay, but, our red lines have changed. We're giving them the weapons to kill the Palestinian children. And we're giving them the political cover when the rest of the international community says, okay, we got to fucking dial this back. We got to put some restraints on Israel.
Area of Rafah, where the field hospitals are, where the distribution spots, this aid distribution spots are, where where everything is. Even the warehouses of UNRWA, UNICEF, UNFPA, and any other agencies. The warehouses are there. Even the World Central Kitchen, main kitchen is there in the Mawasi area of Rafah and the west of Rafah. Now, nothing of this is a safe area. This is the first thing you need to know about the invasion of Rafah. Today, they started to evacuate the east and the middle of Rafah and telling people to go to Khan Yunis, while Khan Yunis is very dangerous and cannot be lived. Khan Yunis is not livable, guys. There's no life in Khan Yunis. No life, never. Okay? You already saw Khan Yunis in a lot of videos, my videos, and I'll show you more and more of destruction in Khan Yunis. But no people can live there. And now they are telling all these people to go there. Women, elderly, children, patients, hospitals. They are even telling Abu Yusuf al-Najjar hospital to evacuate. Now in Rafah, you have only 3 hospitals. Abu Yusuf al-Najjar, Kuwaiti hospital, and these are very small hospitals and only dealing with the emergency and the first aid, let me say, and the maternity hospital, the only maternity hospital in Gaza Strip, Al Morati Hospital. And the first 2 hospitals need to evacuate now, and the 3rd hospital is also threatened.
Yeah. Israel is also simultaneously openly admitting that they're doing this to, quote unquote, pressure Hamas, to put pressure on Hamas. Killing children, killing women whose family members you've killed, whose entire homes you've destroyed, specifically to put more pressure on Hamas. And what is the pressure? The pressure is to tell the only defensive force in the region against this unjustifiable occupation right now that is engaging in armed conflict and resisting against the genocidal actions of this apartheid regime in its offensive campaign as a belligerent occupier, because Israel is illegally, as a belligerent occupier, engaging in an offensive campaign on an open-air prison that it has created on a population that it currently is a belligerent occupier to. It is illegal. Israel's actions in Gaza are completely illegal. Okay? So what do they want? They want the only force in the region that is engaging in spontaneous militia resistance against this occupying force that's killing a shit ton of women and children, okay, to lay down their arms and take away their last bastion for emancipation, or even a moment of peace and security. They're saying, give us all the hostages, and then we will continue bombing you. Think about that. Israel's argument is, just give us the hostages, lay down your arms, we're going to kill all of you anyway, and we're going to keep killing all the civilians. There are no assurances that we will stop killing these civilians. Think about that. That's what Israel has been saying. Surrender and die. Unimaginable. And here is our leader of the free world, Joe Biden, with barely a functioning brain cell left in his demented, psychopathic, bloodthirsty mind, trying to defend Israel. That very same Biden who recently said that Hamas and the Palestinian resistance have an ancient, biologically determined form of anti-Semitism. If you want to understand where he's coming from, and what is like, why he's taking the actions that he's taking, why he's operating in the way that he is. He openly mentioned that during his speech at the Holocaust Memorial. I don't believe you. Sounds unhinged. Roll the clip. Hold on. I'll show you. One of the worst speeches made by an American president since the end of World War II. If you were earnestly trying to secure a ceasefire deal, would you accuse one of the parties central to it of having a biological anti-Semitism imperative?
On the sacred Jewish holiday, the terrorist group Hamas unleashed the deadliest day of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Driven by ancient desire to wipe out the Jewish people off the face of the earth, over 1,200 innocent people, babies, parents.
The ancient desire to wipe out Jewish people from the earth. Brother, you are 800 years old. You literally were alive at a time when Hamas wasn't a thing. Okay? You were alive when Israel wasn't a thing. What the fuck are you saying? You are older than the state of Israel. You are infinitely older than Hamas. Okay? Hamas in its formation began in the 70s as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was simply a Islamic charity that turned into a militant resistance group that never gained more than marginal popularity until 2005, in which it was still not all that popular in the eyes of the Palestinian population. It is ridiculous saying these guys are motivated by ancient anti-Semitism, an ancient desire to wipe out the Jews, the biological imperative of the Muslim man.
Grandparents slaughtered in their kibbutz, massacred at a music festival, brutally raped, mutilated, and sexually assaulted. Thousands more carrying wounds, bullets and shrapnel from the memory of that terrible day they endured. Hundreds taken hostage, including survivors of the Shoah. Now, here we are, not 75 years later, but just 7.5 months later.
Anyway, yeah. It's ironic, but it is very commonplace, especially in the Western world, to talk about the ancient anti-Semitism, which is a real thing, by the way. Obviously, like anti-Semitism is a very old type of bigotry that has existed throughout history since Judaism has been around. Mostly perpetrated by Christians and still continued on that tradition by Christians in general. But it's a very neat little way to put this blame on the Arabs and the Muslim populations. They love that shit. Okay? They love that shit. In Europe, they love that shit. In America, to be like, that's right. It's the Arabs that are doing the ancient anti-Semitism here. Muslims, Arabs, and especially Palestinians, especially because he's talking about Palestinians here, understandably have a very righteous reason to want to not be killed by the Israeli state. It is not ancient forms of anti-Semitism. It is the most normal human condition to yearn for emancipation, to yearn for freedom, to want to not be killed. It is a desire that almost every single member of the Israeli Knesset and those who are in the Shin Bet and a part of the Israeli security apparatus have also communicated. They understand it. That's why I brought up Ami Ayalon yesterday, former leader of the Shin Bet, Israel's interior security, saying, yeah, if I was on the other side of that fucking border wall, I would absolutely join Hamas or any one of the resistance groups. It makes total sense. Something that Ehud Barak has also said. If I was Palestinian, I would join one of the terror groups. They understand it. That, in and of itself, that sentiment, in and of itself, being expressed by Israeli politicians and those in positions of power in Israel, immediately disqualifies this ancient anti-Semitism narrative. It is not anti-Semitism that motivates the Palestinian population. It is a understandable and righteous yearning for freedom to survive. It's resilience. You can cry and say, I'm idolizing terrorists again. Okay? All day, every day. But if I was over here preaching about how wonderful the American state is, if I was over here preaching about how wonderful the Israeli state is, then you'd be right. But I'm not doing that. I'm talking about the understandable motivation of the Palestinian population. Okay? I like the self-report coming in. Clips are turned off. No, if you're a subscriber, then you can clip. And also will avoid the top of the hour ad break. But you are currently not subscribed, so you will probably enjoy this 3-minute ad break. I do not idolize terrorists or terrorism. I have never idolized the American state, which is the single greatest sponsor of terrorism globally, including the Israeli government's state-sponsored terrorism. Okay? Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon you. If you no longer want to see those ads, Eccentrate, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Liberals use protection of Jewish people from anti-Semitism the same way they're using LGBTQ people as another excuse for their Islamophobia. Yeah. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, chat.
And people are already forgetting. They're already forgetting.
All right, we're done with this. Fuck Biden. Fuck Joe Brandon. So here it is. In the midst of all this fuck Joe Brandon, there was one moment as the deadline for America's determination on whether or not Israel is conducting operations that are in violation of international humanitarian law with U.S. weapons, because there was supposed to be a deadline, and that deadline is today. Okay, May 8th is when America has to deliver its report to the rest of the world, telling conclusively to anyone and everyone who will listen that Israel is either A, violating international law with the weapons that America has shipped over to Israel, or B, not violating international law with said weapons. And yet, it seems like they're no longer going to be releasing that report. As I understand, the report so far has been delayed. Yeah, self-imposed deadline. Now, leading up to this deadline, the United States did something that's different than what it's done so far. It halted arms shipments to Israel over concerns of the Rafah invasion. 3,500 shipments of ammunition have been delayed. Alongside this report, of course, in the eve of Israel's invasion into Rafah, violating the earlier red line placed by Joe Brandon. A red line that Joe Brandon now says is not technically kind of violated because Israel decided to do it. There are no red lines. That's what I'm trying to explain.
President Biden sending a message. As Israel's military continues its operation in Rafah, a senior administration official saying the White House stepped in to pause a shipment of arms to Israel out of concern about the possible invasion. The shipment, which was delayed last week, included heavy weaponry like 2,000-pound bombs. The U.S. worried those weapons would be used in Rafah, where over 1 million civilians are sheltering. The official saying Israel has still not addressed its concerns about a military operation there.
We will continue to make clear that we oppose a major military operation in Rafah, make that clear then privately as well as publicly.
The Rafah crossing from Egypt, a vital lifeline for humanitarian aid, remains shut. And Israeli strikes in the area continue. Residents sifting through rubble. They said this was a safe area, this man says. There is no safe place in Gaza. Where to go? Throw ourselves in the sea? Israel says Hamas is hiding among civilians in the area. But
that's so shocking that Israel is saying that. Yeah, there's always a new command and control center conveniently placed under wherever the fuck the Palestinians are. You know? It was northern Gaza. Then they blew up everything in northern Gaza and forced everyone to fucking evacuate to Han Yunis and to Rafah. Then they said it's actually Han Yunis. Then they blew up Han Yunis and reduced it to rubble. And then the rest of the people were also forcibly evacuated into Rafah, the southernmost point in the Gaza Strip. And now they're invading Rafah. It's so strange. It's so strange. They always keep saying that there's so much. Hamas is always hiding inside of the civilians. They're hiding inside of hospitals. They're hiding inside of mosques. They're hiding inside of schools. They're hiding inside of UNRWA aid workers. They're hiding inside of the World Central Kitchen aid workers. They're hiding everywhere. Everyone is Hamas. And it's not like Israel has stopped its propagandizing. They literally have considered everyone from actual Hamas militants all the way to the United Nations. Israel is called the UN Hamas. Israel is called the United Nations Refugee Relief Works Agency, UNRWA, that is specifically designed to at least like make the Palestinian lives a little bit more livable. Hamas. Israel is considered U.S. college students Hamas. They said the university encampments are Hamas. The International Criminal Court, Hamas. The International Court of Justice, Hamas. Doctors Without Borders, Hamas. Everywhere and anywhere, everyone is Hamas. And we're playing this song and dance as they use that as a righteous reason, supposedly, to continue ethnically cleansing and melting Palestinian children, okay?
it's continuing negotiations for the release of hostages. As pressure grows inside Israel, the CIA director involved in the talks. Israel says the latest proposal agreed to by Hamas, which would involve a full withdrawal from Gaza, doesn't meet its security needs. But still considering a deal as tensions build over Rafah.
It was funny to see like a brief moment from the media where they were like, Hamas accepted the conditions of the ceasefire, and then Israel reneged on the offer, only to very quickly turn back and be like, actually, no, Israel told us that it was Hamas that like fucked up the offer and added additional conditions, and that's why it's Hamas's fault. It's like, is there a moment that like Israel will be at fault for any of this, or is it always just Hamas?
Now, Israel says today it is reopening Kerem Shalom, another crossing into Gaza. The Palestinians are saying at this point, no aid trucks have gone through, but the UN says it is absolutely critical to get the Rafah crossing open to aid once again. And at this point, Israel has given no timeline for when that might happen. Craig.
Raf Sanchez for us there. Raf, thank you. Hey, thanks.
The Israeli Defense Forces have been say they are conducting a precise counter-terror operation in eastern Rafah. Let's bring in our military analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Professor Clark, great to have you.
Sorry, I'm uninformed, but does Hamas actually hide in places like that? No, dude. No. They're in the fucking tunnel system. And according to Israel's own metrics, Israel has only been able to take out 20 to 40% of the tunnel systems so far. Israel, however, has had a much higher success rate in destroying all matter of civic life on the Gaza Strip. There is a Haaretz article from a military specialist that talked about how cruel and how costly and how ridiculous Israel's war in Gaza has been, especially how unsuccessful they've been at taking out the tunnel structures. It's pretty interesting. They film everything but can't show us any Hamas fighting going on. Yeah, there's like 30 seconds of footage so far of like them actually fighting against people that are fighting back, shooting back at them. That's pretty much it. Beyond that, it's always just like blowing up buildings, blowing up schools, blowing up mosques, whether they're doing detonations, especially as they have completely wiped out every building deliberately in a 500-meter radius of the Gaza wall that they set up, by the way, which once again is completely illegal. They have reduced the size of the Gaza Strip by force. Plenty of footage of them breaking into Palestinian homes and like trying on Palestinian women's underwear. Plenty of footage of them triple tapping aid workers, random Palestinians with drone strikes. There's footage of them running over with their tanks the I Love Gaza sign and also planting Israeli flags in Rafah. No footage of them actually fighting, though, because they're fucking cowards. They're degenerate cowards that only have the smoke for women and children. That's it.
You with us. You were listening to some of that. Louise really laying out the complicated nature of all of this. Are we now seeing the start of the operation in Rafah, do you think?
Well, we've seen the start of something. The Israelis have got to choose now what to do because they were in control of the Kerem Shalom crossing, and although, as UNRWA said, it may be technically open, but there's nothing going through it, they've taken the Rafah crossing. And what they did, they pushed they've got 13 brigades on hand for this, but they've used 2 of them so far, 2 out of 13. So one is they've got an armour brigade, the 401st, that's taking the Rafah crossing, and then they've got the 84th Infantry Brigade, which is holding the road to the Rafah crossing. That gives them about a quarter of the distance across to the Mediterranean itself. Mm-hmm. And this is known as the Philadelphia line, the actual border line. Although this is the Rafah crossing, this is not Rafah City. Rafah City is around here. Mm-hmm. But this whole thing is only about 9 miles long, so we're dealing with pretty small areas here. So from a military point of view, the Israelis could choose one of 3 things. They could either sit where they are and then conduct these airstrikes against Rafah City and insertions of special forces to try and grab Hamas people. That's one possibility. A second possibility is that they could move out to the northwest, pushing civilians away into the so-called safe areas, as they do, and then move in on Rafah City that way. Or they could go right up the Philadelphia line and take the whole border, seal the tunnels, which they still say lead to Sinai, which in general a lot of them do, and then, as it were, put pressure on Rafah from that borderline. So they could do one of 3 things. I think they're just waiting to see what happens politically to decide which of them to do, because most of their forces have got 2 whole divisions sitting around here. They've only committed 2 out of 13 brigades, so they can choose quite a lot of options now once they get some sort of political direction as to what the government really wants.
And just before we move on to what's happened with the US, are we clear at this stage of this how many members of Hamas are in this particular area? The Israelis say it's 4 brigades,
4 battalions. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, conventionally, a battalion is 600 troops, so that would be 2,500 or fewer. They reckon more like 5,000. I mean, battalion is just it's a dignified term for cell structures of Hamas people. So the general view is 5,000. The Israelis have got about 50,000. These 2 big divisions, they're big for division sizes. 2 of them, the 162nd and the 98th Airborne Division, between them have got about 50,000 troops, and they're going to to use those 50,000, if necessary, to winkle out or kill or push out the 5,000 Hamas people that they say are in Rafah.
Okay, let's talk about what the United States have done reportedly over the past week or so. They've paused the shipment of bombs. What kind of bombs, and what does that tell us about how the US and Israeli governments are dealing with each other right now?
Yeah, well, the kind of bombs are fairly big. About 3,500 in the shipment. About half of them were these 2,000-pound bombs, which are big. I mean, that's almost a ton of explosives. And then the other half were 500-pound bombs, more conventional size for most military operations. And clearly what the Americans are doing is saying, look, you can't have the bombs that are doing all of the damage to civilian structures. These big bombs, they are used to either bring down a whole building, of course, or to go deep underground to get tunnels that might be underneath them, since they leave a pretty big crater. And so...
What did you think about the Jewish Columbia student's letter today? Interested to hear your thoughts? I have no idea what that is.
In not supplying or in slowing down the supply of those weapons, that's a clear message to the Israelis. Now, the Americans have been hinting about this for some weeks, and they've let it be known. Well, now they've let it be known that last week or so, they genuinely slowed down the supply, and they started to review whether they're going to supply these more accurate weapons called JDAMs, this kit to put on a bomb to give it little wings and make it very accurate, and these small diameter bomb systems. They're reviewing whether to supply them in the future. So again, the fact that they're telling us this or letting it be known is showing the outside world that they will keep supplying Israel with defensive systems, with missiles to fire against incoming Iranian missiles, if that were to happen again. But they will not, or they're wary of supplying now the sort of things that are doing so much damage to the civilian population. It's a very clear political message. Whether it will make any difference to what the Israelis do, we don't know. Last night, the IDF, the Israeli Air Force, said they conducted more than 100 bombing operations in Rafah itself. So that's pretty extensive.
It's significant it's coming from the US administration that they've decided to
make
it public as well.
It's important, no question. It may be a political message, but if it's a US political message, you can't afford to ignore it.
Professor Clark, really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
We can now bring in Avi Hyman.
Before we talk about Avi Hyman, because I think that's the same Avi Hyman that Piers actually quickly engaged in a pack watch on. Before we talk about that, here is an Israeli member of the Knesset, Likud official Tali Gottlieb, with a message to the United States. Okay? I need you guys to understand something. Because even this like marginal slap on the wrist, like, hey, dial the violence back a little bit, we're just not going to give you a resupply, has met a lot of resistance internally in Israel. Let's take a look. Isn't this the lady who accidentally said the Shahada, by the way? Am I thinking of the same demon? I think that it was her that said the Shahada in the Knesset. Yeah. By the way, she's a joke even in Israeli Knesset, but even she's bullying Netanyahu right now. Yeah. The U.S. is threatening not to give us precise missiles. Oh, yeah? Well, I got news for the U.S. We have imprecise missiles, and we have a right to defend ourselves. So maybe instead of using a precise missile and taking down a specific room or a specific building, I'll use my imprecise missiles. And I'll just collapse 10 buildings. 10 buildings. 10 buildings. That's what I'll do. Ryan Grimm asked Matt Miller about this lady today. State Department hypocrisy in full display, not ruling out going after the International Criminal Court, possibly holding war criminal Netanyahu accountable. Is the Biden administration afraid of being held accountable, too, in being complicit? Here's what Matt Miller had to say.
Part of her question. Forget about members of Congress for the moment, but you know the last administration actually did impose sanctions on the ICC prosecutor and a bunch of others. And when you guys came in, when this administration came in, you made quite a big deal out of rescinding that. Can you rule out that?
Oh, it's not this one. It's the one above here.
Does the State Department send to people who really truly believe in the respect of
Likud official, member of the Knesset. I'll ask you about Tali Gottlieb, Likud official, member of the Knesset. She said this. She said the U.S. is threatening not to give us precise missiles. Oh yeah, well I've got news for the U.S. We have imprecise missiles. We'll use it. We'll just collapse 10 buildings. 10 buildings. That's what we'll do. So she's threatening that if Israel is held accountable for war crimes, they will respond by committing greater war crimes. What kind of effect does that have on
I'd
U.S.
say
decision making?
Those comments are absolutely deplorable, and senior members of the Israeli government should refrain from making them. We will continue to make our.
By the way, that's really cool because like the genocidal intent of Hamas comes from one senior member of Hamas saying Israel's actions against the Palestinian population give us righteous cause to do 10 October 7s, a million October 7s. Remember that? That was 7 months ago. One guy said that. Okay? And nobody has stopped complaining about how the real genocidal people are actually Hamas. Meanwhile, every goddamn week, every goddamn day, there's another Israeli high-ranking official or a Knesset member, a member of the party of the that's leading the war cabinet, Netanyahu's very own party, going, we are going to do genocide. We love genocide. We love genocide in the Palestinians. I love genocide. I will continue saying it's not a genocide while doing the genocide. What can you do to me? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, yeah? You're not going to give me more weapons? I'll use the weapons that you already gave me to do genocide. And America's just like, oh, man, it's really fucked up. They really shouldn't say that.
Our policy assessments based on what's in the best interest of the American people, what is in the best interest of the region.
I ask you about
yeah.
International law.
Anyway, there was more. What messages does the State Department send to people who really truly believe that that in the respect of the international law, when your lawmakers in the U.S. are threatening ICC judges, and 56% of Democrats believe Israel committed genocide?
Geneva Convention. When you have lawmakers in the U.S.
The Democratic administration, ladies and gentlemen, important to remember that,
are threatening the ICC judges of basically sanctions if they indict Netanyahu. When you have an important report to look into whether Israel is misusing U.S. weapons against civilians is being delayed. When there is a unit in the U.S. Army, in the Israeli army, that's being accused of gross human rights violation in the West Bank, has been pushed aside. So, and also there is a statistic, 56% of the Democrats, which is the party of the secretary and the president.
He said halal flow. What's up, brother? You having an issue with the name halal? Does that trigger you? Resupply is just politicking anyway. Israel have bombs enough to level Gaza 4 times over. That's sick, man. Do we see another October 7 lever amongst our midst? Is that what's going on? Palestine rejected the two-state solution like 5 times, but he's back. Yeah, I can't believe halal flow. Scary. I've been here for political takes for years. Everyone who's taken Hamas's side in this is a nut job. Yeah, you're right. We should be taking the genociders' side on this. You're right. You can cry about it all you want. Israel is the party that is demonstrating genocidal intent. Israel is the party that is doing the ethnic cleansing campaign. Israel is the party that is rejecting reasonable offers of permanent ceasefire. Why are Israelis not in the streets right now? Pro-Israelis can't technically say Hamas is holding hostages anymore because Netanyahu is doing all the work. There are Israelis by the thousands on the street right now that are telling Benjamin Netanyahu, even if they personally want to continue the bombing campaign, they still want to put an end to the bombing campaign for now, to at least do a ceasefire for now. The idea that like Israel could nuke Gaza if they wanted to, and therefore are demonstrating restraint, is so fucking insane. Like, this argument is I don't know how to contend with this argument. It's like talking about Nazi Germany and being like, dude, what are you talking about? They could have done the final solution so early, but they chose not to. You know what I mean? They only ramped up and escalated the mass slaughter of Jews and everyone else in the concentration camps towards the end. You know? They're showing restraint. Does it have to get to the final solution? We already know. We already know that if it does get to the final solution for the Palestinians, which is nearing currently, you still will defend it most likely. Because if you're defending tens of thousands of women and children and the elderly slaughtered, then it's obvious that, you know, a couple 100,000 won't change your attitude either. The energy is always going to be in one direction. It sucks. It sucks that a lot of the major motivating principle on the other side of the conversation directly stems from not seeing the Palestinians as human beings. It's just unrestricted Islamophobia. That's why when you see halal flow, you're like, lol, halal flow. They are not listening to you. I know. Don't start wards then, I guess. He's scared to respond to you. He's just a keyboard warrior against chatters. I suspect this is a Euro cuck who probably even fancies themselves as like somewhat of a progressive Swede or some shit chirping in here. Yeah. Russia has nukes. Look how restrained they've been in Ukraine for not nuking Ukraine. Maybe that is a better way for you to understand how fucking silly you sound. Would you say that Russia has been restrained in Ukraine? I certainly wouldn't make that argument. I think they've been unhinged. They have nukes. Anyway. Dude thinks this war started last year, says enough. It's just pure cope. There's nothing. Fuck Russia to death. Huh. Wait. So you hate Russia and you say fuck Russia to death. I suspect because you see the unrestricted slaughter of Ukrainians. That is definitely a Euro cuck, by the way, a NATO cuck. You can tell. I'm telling you, this is a Swede. Islamophobia, check. Like fuck Russia to death. Like genuine. He's Finnish. He's German. I don't know. He is a Swede. I think the Islamophobia is giving Swede. Yep, there you go. This level of Islamophobia is just like is musmata means mouse mat in Swedish? Yeah. Called it. Swedish chatters will know and recognize exactly the level of Islamophobia at play here. This is the type of Islamophobia that's like, I'll have you know, when the Muslim refugees started coming to Sweden, our rape statistics went up a lot. And it's because of the immigrant rape that's happening in Sweden. Do you understand me? We need to make sure that we no longer have any Muslims in Sweden. This is how we will ensure that rapes are not occurring. Only Swedish rapes, please. Only Swedish rapes, please. No Muslim rapes. I know that it sounds, yeah, I'm not racist. It's just statistics. I'm looking at statistics. Meanwhile, immigrant rape statistics are not a real version of the statistics. And actually, Sweden changed the designation of how they lock down, how they determine sex crime statistics recently. And that is the reason why there was an absolute skyrocket of rapes occurring. Also, many of the immigrant rape statistics actually come from immigrants that are declared immigrants by being other EU citizens. But of course, that doesn't change the reality. You have assumed that only immigrants mean Muslims. It's always immigrants.
Saying they believe that Israel committed genocide. So what message would you send to the equally people who believe in democracy and rogue state who just trample all over these principles.
So a number of things there. Number one, we don't make our decisions based on polls. We make our decisions based on the facts, and that's what we.
Yeah, I'm doing a Norwegian accent, which is even funnier, I think, because it adds extra insult to injury for the Swedes.
Will continue to do to make decisions in the best interests of the American people. When it comes to members of Congress, they make their own decisions. They speak for themselves. They don't speak for the State Department or the United States government. That has always been the case. They're independent actors. When it comes to the NSM, I don't think you should take a delay of a few days to speak at all to our commitment to compliance with international humanitarian law or to writing a thorough report that will look into all of these questions. We are committed to doing it, and I think it's a bit silly to suggest that a very short delay in any way undermines that commitment.
That's one example out of three.
I know. I'm going through the examples one by one. But that said, our overall message is that we are absolutely committed to the upholding of international humanitarian law. We have made that clear. That is the case when it comes to Israel. Is the case when it comes to every country anywhere in the world. We expect every country to comply with international humanitarian law.
Yeah, just not Israel, really. We don't really have that kind of smoke. And also, if someone tries to hold Israel to account, like the ICC doing the function of the International Criminal Court, then we will threaten them. Then we will threaten the ICC, not Israel, by the way, the ICC. America's targets so far, the American states' targets so far, weirdly enough, since October 7th, has only been college students, international organs of enforcement for humanitarian law, Palestinian civilians. It's just so strange. TikTok. No matter what, it's like we have all the smoke and all the enforcement for those who are saying Israel's committing a genocide, Israel's an apartheid state, which is fact. Okay? And none of the smoke for the actual players in this. None of the smoke for those who are doing the genocide. We had more smoke for the Yemeni population that also openly said that Israel is engaging in an act of genocide, one that they understand from their own personal victimization by U.S.-backed forces of UAE and Saudi Arabia as they withstood a genocide themselves, took matters in their own hands, shut down the Red Sea. That's the level of enforcement and the level of smoke we have for anyone and everyone that stands in Israel's way is unimaginable. Why do you not mention Russia? Is it because they are mostly a white country? Wait, what? Russia and China? Russia. Why do you not mention Russia? Because, wait, what? Because America has literally supported Russia and Vladimir Putin getting sanctioned and also having an arrest warrant out for Vladimir Putin by the ICC, despite the fact that it's also not participating in the Rome Statute and is not technically under that jurisdiction. Doesn't matter. We love that shit. But when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're like, basically, you're violating Israeli sovereignty by not letting them do a genocide. Also, what do you mean Russia, China, and then you said white country? It's very odd that chatters have their own personal hearing issues and then they make it everybody else's problem. I talk about Russia all the time too. Those judges should absolutely be threatened. They are abdicating their objective and duty as ICC judges. Yeah, their duty is to what? Enact America's interests or something? Will Tokes, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, but have you condemned Russia? Come on, guys. Come on. Like, you're being fucking unimaginably ridiculous. Please stop. It's ridiculous. The amount of, 7 minutes ago, approximately, while I was having this conversation, I talked about how I talked about the similarities between Russia's actions and Israel's actions. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Anyway, let's do the Israeli spokesman that got fucking absolutely cumstered by Piers Morgan. This same guy, Netanyahu, under pressure from all sides, interviewed the Israeli government spokesperson, Avi Hyman. Here is a 5-minute fuckfest where Piers Morgan actually genuinely becomes a journalist for a brief moment. Let's watch.
How many civilians do you believe you've killed?
We don't have exact figures, as you know, it's the fog of war.
But you've got exact numbers for Hamas terrorists you've killed. Why wouldn't you know how many civilians you've killed?
Because obviously our focus is to go after the Hamas terrorists. And
hang on, I mean, that does imply that you're putting a bigger premium on killing Hamas terrorists in terms of numbers and accountability than you are in
Yes, Piers threw Hyman in this, honestly.
civilians. That can't be right, surely. If you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, you must know how many civilians you've killed. Otherwise, you're prioritizing the lives of terrorists over innocent people.
Piers, with respect, don't put words into my mouth, please. I didn't say exactly 14,000. I said around 14,000. Whereas Hamas will come out with precise numbers that statisticians will look at.
Give me a ballpark number for civilians.
Well, you can use the ballpark as far as the Hamas figures, which I reject as being false.
Well, if they're false, why would you give me those?
I gave you the numbers that I had.
No, you've told me you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you don't seem to have any idea how many civilians you've killed. I'm just bemused. Why wouldn't you keep count of both?
I saw a TikTok about this, and they were all saying you turned Piers Morgan into a believer. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but it's a shocking display. And as a fair and balanced reporter of facts, I will hand it to Piers. This is an unimaginable W.
I don't have that information
unexpected
to give you, Piers. If
W.
I did, I would.
You literally no idea how many civilians you've been killing.
I can tell you definitively that our aim is to go after Hamas.
No,
We've done it successfully.
I'm sorry to push you on this. That's quite extraordinary. You're an official spokesman for the Israeli government, and you have no idea how many civilians you've killed. I thought you just told me that you were particularly careful about.
I can tell you what those numbers are. Those numbers are just the number of military-aged men. That's it. Every Palestinian that has been killed that is over the age of, I believe by Israel's designation, they consider anyone over the age of 17 or 16, if I'm not mistaken, to be military-aged men. Not 18 plus. No, it's 16 plus, I think. They consider every single person that has been killed over the age of 18 that is male to be a Hamas militant. The cutoff is from 16 to, I think, like 65 or something. That's what that number is.
Not killing civilians. But if you don't know how many you've killed, how can you say that with any certainty?
Because even if you were to go by a ratio of the Hamas figures, we would still be far ahead of any Western army.
That wasn't my question. You know it wasn't my question.
I don't have the information.
Well, you literally have no idea how many civilians you've killed.
It's not that I don't know. I'm not authorized to give the information. I don't have the information.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorized to give me the number of terrorists you've killed, but not the number of civilians? I don't understand.
Per Google AI, the Israeli Defense Forces IDF considers any male over 15 years old in Gaza to be a Hamas fighter. Oh, over the age of 15, I guess. This part is incredible. Look,
you literally have no idea how many civilians you've killed.
It's not that I don't know. I'm not authorized to give the information. I don't have the information.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorized to give me the number of terrorists you've killed, but not the number of civilians? I don't understand.
This pause is incredible.
Can you explain?
Piers, we will go after Hamas. We will ensure that we.
But you want me to believe you're being incredibly careful about how many civilians you're killing, and you have an amazing exemplary record, but you don't know how many civilians you're killing. So how do I know you've been careful?
Piers, when the dust settles, we will come out with the proper numbers. Hamas runs to the press daily with.
Yeah, when we are done with our genocide, okay? When we are done with our genocide, then we'll let you know. Chill out, okay? When we are done with our genocide, we'll let you know exactly how many civilians we killed in that genocide. Calm down now.
When the dust settles, a lot of people will have died, And you know how many Hamas you've killed, but you don't know how many civilians you've killed. And I'm just asking you why. Why is it you've kept a record of one, but not the other?
I personally don't have that information to give to you. You can ask me over and over. I'm not going to come up with more information. I don't personally
you don't
have
know?
I don't have that information for you today.
Well, you're an official government spokesman for the Israeli government, and you have no idea.
Piers, I came on here to focus on what's going on with the war.
Well, actually, you came on here to answer my questions, I think.
Yeah, and I don't have an answer for you for that.
And I didn't intend to press you on this point because I assumed that you would not respond the way you have. But I've never had an Israeli spokesman who simply said, I have no idea. Particularly after you boasted about the fact that you've been very smart in the way you've avoided killing civilians. How do you know if you've got no idea how many you've killed?
Because I know the way in which the IDF operates. I know the way in which we go after the terrorists in the best possible way. It's not what I've said. It's what General Petraeus has said. It's what John Spencer from West Point has said. It's what multiple British generals have said. Israel goes out of its way to avoid civilian casualties. That's what we'll do. If you can point to me to another conflict by which they have evacuated, got out of harm's way civilians to the extent that Israel has done, then fine.
With respect, Mr. Hyman, how can you possibly expect me to accept any comparisons to any other conflict or war, given that you do not know how many civilians you've killed?
Piers, you understand that I can't prosecute the war over the media.
I'm just asking you for basic information. I'm not trying to trap you, and I'm not trying to unfairly harangue you. I think people are watching this and they'll make their own conclusions. I just find it astonishing that the moment I asked you how many Hamas you killed, you could tell me immediately. And the moment I ask you about civilians, you haven't got a clue, literally. That you're not even prepared to issue a ballpark number. And I think people will find that staggering, particularly given that you are insistent that you're doing everything you can to avoid killing civilians. To which, again, I just simply ask, how do you know? If you don't know how many you're killing, how can you possibly be sure that you are, A, doing better than other people waging war elsewhere, or B, that you have any idea how many you're killing? You don't, clearly.
I feel bad for all the jobs. The work of the Israeli mouthpiece, the mouthpiece for the Israeli government and its ongoing genocide is a difficult one. That's why they keep cycling them out. Jonathan Konkunkrius is gone, even though he's like now doing it for the fun of it. Elon Levy was gone. Now they're cycling out that fat British guy, the friend of the Zionist Friends to Israel of the Labour Party guy. Seems like this is the new British dude. This is the new British demon. Obviously, for the record, do I think that Piers is genuine? Of course not. And I'm sure that tomorrow he will do some more unhinged shit. As always. But he will also always feature people like Abby Martin. Here is Abby Martin going toe-to-toe with the son of Hamas. This guy, who she calls an Israeli spy, an Israeli asset, that I don't know enough about, went toe-to-toe with my queen, Abby Martin. Abby Martin is a phenomenal investigative reporter and an incredibly important voice that has been for a very long time alongside her, I believe, husband or boyfriend, not entirely sure. Her partner, Mike Prisner, has been advocating against American imperialism. Mike Prisner, for those of you who don't know, was also on the show as well. In the past, he is the famous veteran who opposed the Iraq War. Dude, his glaze is so strong. I mean, I will always glaze them. They're phenomenal. All right, let's continue.
You know, Mossab is the Palestinian who hates Palestinians. He's developed a lucrative career being able to lie about basic facts about this conflict. He is actually credited to jailing the Palestinian Mandela, Marwan Barghouti. This is a guy who he put in prison 20 years ago, who was marching side by side with Israeli peace activists denouncing Hamas killing civilians. Marwan Barghouti is the most popular unifying figure in Palestinian society. He would resoundingly win in an election against Hamas. So again, I mean, when we're looking at someone who's worked for Israeli intelligence, who spouts the same rhetoric as Israelis.
Oh, they're married,
who
yeah.
say Hamas, but what they really mean is all Palestinians. I mean, it's really hard to debate someone on the fundamental reality and the principles of, you know, the facts of this conflict.
Well, you know, this is Abi's desperate attempt to discredit me. I'm a man of the field. I fought against Hamas as part of legitimate intelligence organization, against savage group that were targeting civilians in suicide bombing attacks, waves of suicide bombing attacks that they killed people indiscriminately. So Abi today want me for some reason to apologize for saving human life because my truth challenges her convenient truth. Abi does not have the authority. She's just a self-appointed low-grade journalist. How can you be a journalist and you call this a genocide, ethnic cleansing? And she just keep repeating ethnic cleansing, genocide, colonialism, etc. None of it is real, including Palestine. It's only in your head. None of it is existential. Palestine was never born. How can you free it? It was never there. It's just a colonial entity, and some people choose to.
Palestine is a colonial entity, not Israel. He got the same talking point as Emily. Yeah, this guy is son of Hamas. He's basically Candace Owens. Okay. He is literally functionally Candace Owens. He's probably the most unhinged, like, Israeli mouthpiece that is of Palestinian descent. Like, he's worse than that John Aziz guy. He's worse than that German Palestinian dude who wrote about how, like, the real enemy is the Columbia student protesters or whatever. He literally is an absolute fucking psycho. Why do you keep saying son of Hamas? Isn't this the guy? This is the guy that they call son of Hamas. I think he's like, he's related to someone in Hamas. That's why, like one of the higher ranking officials in Hamas. Major daddy issues. Yeah, dude, they only. This is the. Like, look at that. Dr. Phil's audience goes silent as son of Hamas founder shocks Palestine activists with facts. They love trotting him out to do the exact same bullshit Israeli Hasbara. Okay? He is like Yammi Park. Exactly. Candace Owens. Many such cases. And Uncle Mahmoud. Okay? That's it. I am son of Hamas. And I love Israel. And I hate Palestine. Palestine does not exist. His father is Sheikh Hassan Youssef, a co-founder of Hamas. Yeah.
To make it into a national identity. And this parrot has been just repeating Hamas propaganda. Marwan Barghouti that she's talking about him, she never met him. I knew Marwan before he got to power. He's a criminal.
Marwan, he wanted to kill all Jews. I'm telling you. Marwan, he is a bad man. He is not Hamas, but he might as well be Hamas. Actually, I've decided he is Hamas. The reason why I don't watch this fucking dipshit is because, like, when I see these fucking tokens, okay, it just, it makes me, it creates this like primal reaction in my brain. I become at least 35% more unhinged. And I worry. You might have noticed that I have never shown this fucking piece of shit on the broadcast up until today. And I'm only showing him to you right now as he is trying to and failing to debate Abby Martin. because he is so goddamn infuriating. I hate him.
Killed 5 people. He has blood on his hands. He cheated on his wife. He has a secret son that he never revealed it to the public.
He is hiding a child like Drake. Also Hamas. Do you know Drake signed Artists for Ceasefire in Gaza? It is basically like Drake. He cheated on his wife. He deserved death penalty. He is Hamas.
Of course, I can criticize him, and I can criticize all the criminals that I know personally. She's been there only for a visit, and maybe she had some falafel sandwich, you know, and she really was blown away of the Palestinian experience. There is no such a thing as Palestine. It's about time to retire, find a different job. You're not a journalist. You don't qualify even to be a mother.
Wow. Abby.
Masab, you know, it's usually a public figure. If they were caught lying about half the things that they said, they would be completely discredited and never allowed airtime. You are spewing such ahistorical anti-Arab bigotry that not even the fringe of Israeli society would agree with you. I mean, not even Israeli historians.
I'm anti-Islam. I'm not anti-Arab. I am Arab. I am Arab. This is my ethnicity. Islam is just
anti-Muslim bigotry.
Yeah, I am Arab. You cannot say this, Abby. I am Arab. Palestine does not exist. I am Arab. I'm here to tell you, we are dog. We are dog. We are violent. We hate Jews. As an Arab, I am here to tell you. I swear to God, not Allah, because I've converted to Christianity. Let me tell you. We would love to kill all the Jews, not me, of course, because I am a good Arab. But everyone else, all of them, all Palestinian babies, they are terror babies. They are Hamas babies. Anti-Semitism ingrained in Arab DNA.
I am not a Muslim.
Mazhab.
We are Arabs.
Mazhab. Okay. Then anti-Muslim bigotry, which is frankly appalling considering that there's a billion people on the planet who would be characterized as you as, you know, extremists who need to be used force against, according to you. But Masab, not even Israeli historians would agree with the fact that you claim that there's no military occupation in the West Bank, that there's no apartheid state. Israelis at least admit, yes, those things exist, but here's why they're necessary and justified. They don't even agree with you. You're so fringe that I don't even know where you're coming from. I mean, so again, if we can't even...
My father made Hamas. I hate him. I hate Palestine. Palestine doesn't exist. Fuck you, Abby Martin.
Agree with the basic facts of the conflict and the reality in front of our eyes, I don't know how we can really even discuss this.
Yeah, because you don't qualify.
Well, I think the belittling her credentials. Listen, well, everyone's entitled to an opinion.
Piers, best case scenario, if there is an occupation, it's between Israel and Jordan, or it's between Israel and Egypt, because it was not an occupation of a country called Palestine. There was never Palestine in history.
This is such an unproductive conversation. It's just like, there was never Palestine. Okay, dude, you're out of your fucking mind. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Yeah, man destroys woman by following her home from Target. Like, this is like a Command and Conquer cutscene where one guy pretends to be... if that's the case, how is he Palestinian? He's Arab. He's Arab. He's Arab Christian. All Palestinians, which don't exist, by the way, will die in the hands of the Israeli state. The Israeli state will kill all the fake Palestinians because they do not exist. I am son of Hamas. He comes off as Palestinian Uncle Ruckus. I'm telling you, this is Uncle Mahmoud. Okay, I am son of Hamas. He's just comically bad.
history. This is not an absurd statement. It's
Not your best accent, and that's confusing. What do you mean? He just sounds like that. It's not my fault.
reality. Palestine never existed. It was not a country. It was not a nation. It's not an ethnic group. We are Arabs. We are the Arabs of Judea and Samaria. And when I was born, like millions of Palestinians...
God, he's such a fucking dog. Like, he is such a piece of shit. We are Arabs of Judea and Samaria. Okay, dude. Yeah. Sure. Got it.
We had Jordanian birth certificate. The people of Gaza were Egyptian with Egyptian birth certificate. There was no Palestine. Yasser Arafat created this entity.
What the fuck? Okay, this is hilarious. Never mind. I had no idea he was like this. I didn't know he went to this length. He's saying Yasser Arafat invented Palestine. Brother, there is not a single Israeli historian that will agree to what he is saying. Like, there is not a single person on the planet. I don't... Abby Martin is right. Actually, as a matter of fact, like, the most unhinged ultra-Zionists would not agree with the ahistorical information that's coming out of his fucking mouth right now. Palestinians don't exist. We're all Arab. We're all actually technically Egyptian or Jordanian, which, by the way, Jordan? That's weird. So Palestine is a fake state, but Jordan is a real state? When did that happen? Israel is a real state. Jordan is a real state. Palestine, not real state. Only when the British decide if you are a state, then you are a state. I am Arab. I am son of Hamas. Only when the British invent, they are so good at invention. Piers, I love you. When the British invent state, then it's real state. Nothing else. Arafat was 19 when Israel was invented. Yeah. Piers. Piers Morgan. You are British. Defend me.
And everybody believed him. And this lie must die. This is why I don't like what Abby and her likes doing by trying to delegitimize Israel. She's trying to discredit me. Who gave you the authority? How dare...
I think you're doing that on your own, brother. It's so funny. It's so funny to literally say Jordan is a real state. That's what Palestinians are, Jordanian. Palestine as a concept absolutely predates all this shit. And it as famously predates Israel as well. Both Israel and Jordan are British inventions. Okay? They are British inventions. If they're legit, they are legitimate states, and Palestine isn't a legitimate state, then I guess his major operational principle here is that as long as the British invented, then it's a real state.
You are a
I'm
spy. You're a spy for Israeli
conflict.
intelligence,
You
Nassab.
It is not funny. It's not funny.
Yeah, there are maps that go back to like the 15th century that calls the region Palestine. Literally, even earlier than that. Even earlier than that. Yeah, it wasn't called the British Mandate for Israel. It was called the British Mandate for Palestine. And even before that, when Theodore Herzl went to the Ottoman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and asked to take over that territory, he did not say, can we take over this territory called Israel? He said, can we get Palestine from you and make it our own? Ridiculous. For an infinitely longer period of history, it has been known as Palestine, and also the early Zionists were Palestinian. Okay?
Your tale,
It's
your
not
false
funny at
narrative
all.
need to
It's-
stop because
it's
you
not
are
funny at all,
creating chaos.
Nassab.
Listen, Abby, you are bringing
I have
chaos
to
to the
pee.
United States, and you will be held accountable. You are just a criminal like them.
Sure. Okay, Masab, you can't be taken seriously, and you're not legitimate because you are literally, you have
I
worked
don't
for
care
Israeli
if you take me
intelligence to out
seriously
your
or
own
not.
people. But listen,
Sooner
okay, but
or
Masab,
later
you
you
can't discredit
realize.
my reality as well. You can't discredit my reality as well. I was in the West Bank. I had assault rifles
Then
pointed
don't
at my head from a
dare you.
17-year-old
Don't dare you
American
try
from
to
Palo
discredit me.
Alto.
You
That's an occupation.
You are in my domain
Masab.
right
That's
now.
a military occupation.
Okay, you are in my domain. When you come to my domain, you have to pay respect. You have to respect all the effort that I put to save human lives, and you cannot reduce that into some propaganda because
why
it's
on
not.
earth would I
It's not
respect you
about
for
Israel.
putting
It's
the
about
leader of Fatah, Masab? You put the most unifying, popular Palestinian figure. You are credited to putting him in prison. This is someone who would win an election against Hamas. He is a peace activist. He was fighting for a two-state solution. This isn't about Hamas, and you know it. This is about you shutting down, tamping down on all factions of Palestinian society. And let's be clear, what is Palestine supposed to do? What are Palestinians supposed to do when in 2018, thousands of Palestinians in Gaza marched peacefully to this fortified perimeter fence that Israeli snipers have authorized themselves to shoot to kill? And that's exactly what they did. They massacred over 200 peaceful demonstrators, medics, press, journalists, clearly marked press, disabled people in wheelchairs, and children. These are all violations of international law in the Geneva Convention. Israeli snipers perched up behind sand dunes picked people off one by one.
Abby, in the words of Drake, if Israel's so bad and do these violations, why no international condemnation, Abby? Israel too famous to be pedophile. Israel too famous. It's bitch too bad, Abby. Yeah, guess what? You say these are war crimes. I say these are war good. Okay? Those Palestinians, which don't exist, by the way, they deserve to be shot in the leg and wounded by Israeli sniper.
And B, what should Palestinians do? Because they're not even allowed to advocate.
You won't, Abby, in the words of Drake, you won't find Israel. Abby, oh shit. Son of Hamas got me. I am back. I am back, Abby. I am back. I am back. I am back. Is this still effing? Like, I don't get it. Refresh, dumb fucks. I'm back. Anyway, is that a lady's jacket? It looks nice. I don't think so. I don't think there's a lady that's this big. Anyway, let's get back to the video real quick.
Should Palestinians do? Because they're not even allowed to advocate for their legal rights. They're not even allowed to raise up a Palestinian flag. I visited a place called Sebastia in the occupied West Bank, and Palestinians were shot and in the hospital for simply erecting a Palestinian flag on a hilltop.
Mark Lamont Hill debated Bonarelli over Israel's genocide and military occupation as systemic violence. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Mr. Bonelli, fettuccine mozzarella, you are such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. Oh, this is the old video from February.
Several days prior. This is the brutal reality of military occupation in the West Bank, Vasab. I mean, I want the violence to end. I empathize with the victims of both sides of this. And that's why I want to get to the root of the conflict. Yes, I don't go out there and say Jews can't be trusted like you say about Muslims. I empathize with all civilian life. I believe and cherish the sanctity of human life.
Before we talk about Palestinian state or whatever name you want to give it, that when we have a savage group, Islamists, by the name of Allah, hijacking and using.
This guy is just the most Islamophobic motherfucker on the planet, dude. How does this make you unhinged for like only a moment? This footage is giving me hypertension for life. I think I just take on a metric ton of Islamophobia on a daily basis, so it doesn't faze me to the same degree. I hear this shit every day. Like, hearing it so much And then hearing it from like a Palestinian dude doesn't really change the dynamic that much. Yeah, he is just like Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who also converted to Christianity now. She went from Ayaan Hirsi Ali also famously converted from Islam to r/atheism. Why are you not taking this seriously? Hassan, this is staged. I'm not taking it seriously because it's fucking ridiculous. He literally said Palestine doesn't exist. Like, it's not a matter of historical record, and Yasser Arafat invented it. You will never find a single historian, Israeli, Palestinian, Western, Christian, Jewish, not a single person will say that. I've never heard that sentiment. People say Palestine doesn't exist. Zionists will say Palestine doesn't exist, not real. It was never a real state. But they don't say Arafat invented the concept. Like even the worst Hasbarist trolls will still say like it was never like a fully functioning state. Yeah. Palestine is a domain expansion made by Arafat. Yeah, he just fucking... I've heard the idea that Palestine doesn't exist as a state. That's why he said Judea and Samaria instead of the West Bank, for example. So remember, that's like a telltale sign. A lot of Israelis will claim that Palestine doesn't exist. A lot of right-wing Israelis will say it's Judea and Samaria. But ultimately, I don't know. I think this guy is like, no, that's actually a common narrative inside of Israeli society. No, that's not. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Yes, a lot of people in Israeli society legitimately will claim Palestine doesn't exist. Palestinians are not a real people. That's not a real thing at all. They're just Arabs, right? However, I'm saying that I've never heard someone go, Palestine as a concept was invented by Arafat. Oh, I have heard the Arabic doesn't have a P sound, therefore Palestine is not real. That's a really funny one because it's called Philistine in Arabic. Palestine. Just like tell me you're a fucking Westerner who doesn't understand the issue at all without telling me. It's Philistine. Palestine. Or Philistine in Turkish. In Arabic, it's Palestine. There is no P word. It's just it's just it's a Westerner's new way of trying to come up with a funny reason. Yeah. Palestine. It is Palestine. Coming up on America's Newsroom at the top of the hour to discuss Israel's defensive war in Gaza, Hamas's duplicity in hostage talks, and the threat of Iranian escalation. At the top of the hour, he should be escalating the 3-minute ad break. Whoever this fucking guy is. Senior writer of the National Review, of course. Right-wing shithead. Arafat was there when Shakespeare wrote about Palestine in Othello. Shakespeare asked for a place name and witnesses say Arafat said Palestine before giggling to himself. That is right. I am son of Hamas. Listen to me, Abi. Oh, yeah. Going back to the Rafah thing that we were talking about. But also, like I was mentioning, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about this addition, this addendum here in a second. But during that, but in that second that we're discussing this, some of you will see the 3-minute ad break. Like I said, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, my mother saw the YouTube notification on my phone for the UCLA vid and thought I was missed. It was a missed call and says someone from UCLA called you. Hazim Abi. I was at a lecture on the history of Palestine in Melbourne last night by a historian from Bethlehem. He showed several maps of ancient Palestine, not even an attempt to prove it exists. This 24 extra looking ass has no clue what he's talking about. Yeah. All right, let's. We're done. We're done with this fucking shit. I don't want to hear this fucking dumbass ever again. The Biden admin leaked a story that it held up one weapon shipment to Israel in an effort to pretend it's taking action, as we covered extensively. The IDF's top spokesman totally downplayed it today. A U.S. official said Biden didn't pull the handbrake on Israel taking Rafah crossing in a call with Netanyahu. So remember that when you think about like the marginal de-escalation by the United States of America and the way that is being portrayed in the media as a whole. And then remember how this fucking psychopath, this right-wing, ultra-right-wing Likudnik psychopath was saying, like, if you don't give us smart weapons, we'll use our dumb weapons, bitch. We'll blow up 10 buildings now, like a child throwing a fucking temper tantrum. Parents of kidnapped IDF soldier claim daughter was killed by Shifa hospital doctor. Parents claim that a doctor at the Al-Shifa hospital killed Noah Marciano rather than treat her wounds sustained during an Israeli-occupied force bombing. That is insane. Yeah, dude, it was medical malpractice and not the bomb that fucking blew her up. Totally. Good take. It's crazy. How the fuck can they know that? Dude, no, they don't even have to know that. Do you not hear what the subtitle is? The parents claim that a doctor at the Al-Shifa hospital killed Noah Marciano rather than treat her wounds sustained during an Israeli-occupied force bombing. They know that she was blown up by Israeli bombs. And they're still trying to turn this back onto Palestinians, Palestinian doctors, mind you. That's crazy. What a fucking psychopathic way to frame this issue. It's the parents saying this. How is this an article? It's good to see the feverish nature of ultra-Zionists. The idea that, like, yeah, no, our government killed our daughter, but also technically it's also still Palestinians that did it. Hamas doctors did it. Also, she was not a civilian. She was a IDF soldier. Breaking. Speaker Johnson and Senate Minority Leader McConnell send a letter to President Biden expressing alarm about the decision to pause a weapon shipment to Israel and ask for clarification by the end of the week. Senate Republicans and congressional Republicans across the board have done a couple things over the course of the past week, where they sent a letter threatening the International Criminal Court and their family members, threatening the nation of Netherlands by invoking the Invasion of the Hague Act, for the crime of for the crime of potentially doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is prosecute war criminals for their war crimes. They are now also yelling at Biden for restricting one weapon shipment as a means of, like, I don't know, pulling. Hold on. All right, hold on here. I'll play this right now. 1 second.
For the Israeli government who joins us from Jerusalem. Thank you very much for joining us here on France 24. Now, we've had these reports that the U.S. has paused some weapon shipments to Israel. This as concerns, of course, grow off that looming offensive in Rafah. Is the Israeli Prime Minister willing to risk this steadfast support he's been getting from Washington so far?
So, as you just reported, the President of the United States has said that his support for Israel, America's support for Israel, is ironclad. Now, I'm not going to comment on reports of unnamed sources. I have nothing to add on that. What I will say is that Israel will plow on with the missions of this war, as stated from day one, to destroy Hamas, to bring home the hostages, and to ensure that Gaza no longer poses a threat to Israel.
How much weight does the Hague Invasion Clause actually hold, though? It just seems so insane to me. Why does it? Why? Why does that sound insane to you? It's America, baby. We do what we want. No. Belki bir dakika.
Israel. those war aims, we stand shoulder to shoulder on those war aims with the American administration.
The support has been steadfast so far, you're right, but shortly the Biden administration is going to come out with a report on whether Israel has violated U.S. and international law during this operation in Gaza. Once those findings come out, whatever they may be, is there a fear where you are that U.S. aid will come with strings attached now?
We are in the midst of a war for our very existence. We're fighting a genocidal terrorist organization that stated quite clearly that they will do October 7th again and again and again if given the chance. We won't give them the chance. In the meantime, Iran and its proxies that surround us from every direction are watching, are seeing if they can smell blood in the water because they seek our absolute demise. We will do everything in our power to safeguard the future of the one and only Jewish state. And we will stand shoulder to shoulder in that mission with the American administration.
I want to ask you about a possible ceasefire agreement, because on Monday, hours after parts of Rafah received that evacuation notice from the IDF, we had Hamas that said it accepted a ceasefire proposal. Israel said that that ceasefire proposal was agreed to or brokered by Egypt and Qatar.
I love the idea that like Israel's in a bad neighborhood. Israel's surrounded by people who hate them. It's like, bitch, the people surrounding you hate you because you keep killing them. The fuck do you mean? Stop killing the people in the neighborhood and they won't fucking hate you. I like that Israel has started to call Hamas a genocidal organization to water down the use of genocide since people are using it to describe their actions. Yeah. It's also ridiculous because if Hamas is genocidal, Israel is literally omega genocidal. Like there needs to be a new classification.
What was wrong with that proposal?
USA, please let them annihilate Hamas, please. Hamas is an idea. That's it. It's called Nazi. Not really, because what they're doing is akin to what Nazi Germany was doing.
So we definitely saw that Hamas announced that they had accepted something.
What do you mean Jordan hates them? Jordanians do. Doesn't matter what the Jordanian king has to say about it.
The only problem is it takes two to tango. They apparently accepted some kind of an agreement that we didn't agree to.
But did the US agree to it? Or did the US say Israel would have agreed to it?
That is unclear to me. What I can tell you is that our lines have been quite clear. I'm not going to negotiate for the release of the hostages over the media, but what I will say is my prime minister has been quite clear. We will not agree to an agreement that says that there has to be a permanent ceasefire, which would leave Hamas in power, which would enable Hamas to take over the Gaza Strip, and ultimately would enable Hamas to do what they want to do, which is October 7th again and again and again. What we will do is what we've done in the past. We will keep up the military pressure. We will explore all military,
I'm Jordanian. We love
military
Hamas.
and diplomatic options available to us, and we will do our utmost to bring home the hostages. We have our team in Cairo now trying to make a deal, and at the same time,
but this is a low-level team, from what I understand from media reports. So can they really take decisions, or do they need to come back and get the blessing of the war cabinet?
This is a team that was sent by our prime minister with the explicit instruction to do what they could do to bring home the hostages. Now, Hamas needs to come to the table and negotiate in good faith through the mediators, because enough is enough. They're holding 132.
Enough is enough. Come to the table in good faith so we can fucking shoot it down again, like we did over and over again. Jordan's queen, Rania Al-Abdullah, says U.S. is seen as an enabler of Israel in the Middle East. She just went on U.S. media 3 days ago. Yeah. I mean, I'll say it. She's a little bit of a PR operation herself, okay? Although I think she is of Palestinian descent, she does PR. That's her job. Her job is to do PR. No disrespect, but I mean, the Jordanian monarchy is a British invention, okay? it's like her saying her talking about like America is enabling Israel or whatever. I mean, albeit true, is a way to basically act like Jordan as a unit, as a state, is not also technically offering full-throated, unconditional support to Israel and America and the UK. It's like the Saudi kingdom coming out with a statement. As a matter of fact, I would say even most of the countries in the Arab world are totally invented by the French and British. Exactly. It's like the Saudis, even the Saudis, like coming out with a statement saying that Israel cannot invade Rafah, I would say is like more powerful. It's a way for her to, the reason why she's saying all this stuff is so that people don't pay attention to what the Jordanian government is doing to the Jordanian protesters that are pro-Palestinian and what the Jordanian government is doing in support of Israel in general.
Israeli hostages against their will, men, women, children, and a baby, a crime against humanity. You know, this war could end right now, today, as we've said from the beginning. This war could end right now if Hamas put their hands in the air, waved the white flag.
Is literally not true, because Hamas did say, end the war and we will put our weapons down. And Israel was like, actually, we decided we want to continue the war. No, the idea that this war could end right now as long as Hamas puts their hands up in the air and puts their weapons down is bullshit. We saw that. We saw that literally 2 days ago. The Israeli conditions are Hamas, give us the hostages back. Hamas, put down your weapons, put your hands up in the air. And also, last but not least, and perhaps most importantly, let us kill you and a shit ton of other Palestinians after you do all of that. That is what Israel has basically said time and time and time again. The idea that Israel wants anything but complete destruction of the entirety of the Gaza Strip and the forcible removal of as many Palestinians as they possibly can from the Gaza Strip, anything short of that is a non-starter for the Israeli war cabinet. It's bullshit. We Ethiopians are also proud of Israel. May victory be for the Holy Land of Israel. Amen. Yeah, dude. Hey, as an Ethiopian, good luck in Israel, okay? They're going to cut off your fucking ovaries, as they have done to the Ethiopian Jews in Israel as regular practice. They're going to cut off your mother's ovaries, jackass. It's called forced sterilization. Look it up, dumb fuck. He's like, as an Ethiopian, I actually welcome the Israeli government forcibly sterilizing myself and my mother and many others. It's actually really cool. I personally love that shit. I am son of Ethiopia and I love Israel. Hasanabi, we're pretending he's actually Ethiopian. Yes. I like that. I like pretending it. He just keeps spamming it over and over again. This argument doesn't work for them because they say the same thing about minorities supporting Palestine. I mean, it's additionally funny to me that someone who claims to be Ethiopian online is like so vociferously defending the state of Israel when the state of Israel quite literally despises the fact that there are Ethiopian Jews. Guys, this is not a secret, okay? The Israeli government, oftentimes historically dominated by Ashkenazi Jews, have always had a little bit of a white supremacist dog in them. You know what I mean? Like they want to try to make Israel as white as possible, but of course, many Jews are not white. Many Jews are of Arab descent. Not true. Okay. Sure. Going so far as to bring in as many immigrants from the USSR as possible or from Russia as possible, even if their Jewish heritage might be called into question. Dominated by Ashkenazi, the vast majority are Mizrahi. That's wonderful that you literally didn't hear what I said. I did say that. I said that many Jews are not white. They are of Arab descent, as in the majority of Jews are of Arab descent. I said Israeli politics has been dominated by Ashkenazi Jews. Absolutely true. There are even Israeli historians of science working on this. I know them. They would totally confirm exactly what you're saying. Anyway. I don't remember who it was, but wasn't there a black congressman stopped by the IDF during an official tour? Jamal Bowman. He was there with J Street. But the other story that you're talking about actually is Ta-Nehisi Coates, who is not a congressman. He's a very famous liberal black writer, journalist, Obama's favorite, who personally experienced racism in the hands of the IDF in the West Bank. Anyway, important detail, please. Hamas did not say they would put down their weapons to end the war. They said the Qassam brigades will dissolve and the fighters will join a national army if a fully fledged two-state solution was achieved. Okay. What sovereignty can a nation state have without a standing military force? They would be putting down their arms and no longer engaging in conflict with the Israeli state, and would be a part of the sovereign state in a two-state solution. I don't understand why we have these arguments on the boundaries that Israel has placed, which is that it's a non-starter that Palestinian statehood comes with a Palestinian military and a functioning government and internal security and access to natural resources. Okay, then it's not a fucking state. Hello? Ironic, because throughout the so-called peace process in the negotiations, there were moments where the Palestinian resistance did actually do this exact same thing. A hard lesson for the Palestinians to learn, that they learned by force. And yet, it seems that even Hamas is willing to do that exact same thing. Ironic, considering that Hamas became a violent resistance militant force specifically because of Arafat's decision to lay down their arms and engage in the negotiations process, which the Palestinians saw only led to further demise. And even with all of the compromises that Arafat brought to the table, Israel still continued the negotiations process to greatly expand into Palestinian territory, occupied Palestinian land in the West Bank, and basically utilize the Palestinian Authority as a part of its own security apparatus.
Yesterday, President Biden marked Holocaust Remembrance Day with a speech supporting Israel and denouncing what he calls a, quote, ferocious surge of anti-Semitism. Nancy Cortez has more on the president's forceful message.
It's absolutely despicable.
Speaking at the U.S. Capitol, President Biden warned that the lessons from the Holocaust are being lost.
To the Jewish community, I want you to know, I see your fear, your hurt, and your pain. Let me reassure you, as your president, you're not alone.
According to the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. shot up 140% from...
Source ADL. Yeah. Now, anti-Semitic incidents do increase in times, like real anti-Semitic incidents, by the way. I'm talking like fucking drawing a swastika outside of a synagogue or defacing like any and every Jewish institute without care or consideration to their participation in Israel or their support for Israel. Things like that are anti-Semitic. Okay? Of course, when you look at the actual report, as many Jewish journalists have done in the United States of America, including but not limited to Ben Lorber, for example, the anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. now also incorporate mentions of a free Palestine, mentions of from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That is now considered anti-Semitic incidents, greatly watering down real anti-Semitism that does happen and that does increase in times of Israeli violence against the Palestinian population, or just anti-Semitism that exists in American society all the time. Ridiculous. According to the ADL's definition, being an anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic. I am a major source of anti-Semitism growing in the United States of America, according to the Apartheid Defense League, which I say so much that I accidentally used that terminology. I called the ADL the Apartheid Defense League in normal conversation with normies just the other day and had to stop myself. As the anti-Semite of the week a couple weeks prior.
2022 to 2023 and got worse after Israel went to war with Hamas. Biden argued people have lost sight of who started the war in the first place.
It was Hamas that brutalized Israelis. It was Hamas who took and continues to hold hostages. I have not forgotten, nor have you, and we will not forget.
In a bid to better protect.
Yes, pro-Palestine Jewish people are anti-Semitic, according to them. What are you talking about? They literally say that. The ADL's website literally has Jewish Voice for Peace, and even If Not Now, as two organizations that are anti-Semitic. I don't know if they actually feature If Not Now as well, even though they have criticized If Not Now's involvement. Literally. The ADL openly considers Jewish Voice for Peace as an anti-Semitic organization.
Protect Jewish students, the Department of Education is issuing new guidance to colleges and universities to help them identify anti-Semitism and other hate speech. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson argued the president's words came too late.
And if he had spoken sooner, we might not have all these disruptions. We might not have all these commencement exercises being canceled for these poor students.
Yeah, we should have killed every Jewish student and every Muslim student, every Christian student that has said that Israel is doing the big bad. As a data analyst, you can make data say anything if you want to use shitty data. Yeah, I mean, it's unimaginably shitty data. The claim that like things that are not inherently anti-Semitic, like saying Israel's actions are unconscionable, is actually anti-Semitic now.
It's wrong.
But Biden is also facing pressure from some in his own party to say more about the suffering of Palestinian civilians in Gaza. While Senator Bernie Sanders has gone so far as to warn that the war in Gaza could be Biden's Vietnam.
Hamas did October 7. Why are you mad at Israel, huh? I think that perhaps a lot of things will be confusing to you if you say dumb shit like, Hamas did October 7. Why are you mad at Israel, huh? It's not like October 6 was fucking awesome for the Palestinians. It was still an apartheid state. That's exactly what Israel is.
And when it comes to a crucial voting bloc, young voters, Biden's approval rating has dropped 12 points in 2 months. A sign, Gail, of just how fraught this issue is for him, especially in an election year.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you very much, reporting from the White House.
28 past the hour, more than a dozen conservative federal judges say they won't be hiring law clerks who attend Columbia University because of how the school has responded to recent pro-Palestinian protests on campus. Wow. The 13 judges, all appointed by former President Trump, sent a letter to the university's president and dean of the law school this week, explaining that they've, quote, lost confidence in Columbia as an institution of higher education. The letter goes on.
I hate this fucking country so much. I really do. I just, oh my God, I hate fucking reactionary conservative pieces of shit so goddamn much. Oh.
To read. Columbia has instead become an incubator of bigotry. As a result, Columbia has disqualified itself from educating the future leaders of our country. The dean of Columbia's law school put out a statement in support of students, arguing Columbia law graduates are, quote, consistently sought out by leading employers in the private and public sector.
Oh my God, right-wing Christian fascist nutties won't hire Columbia grad students. No way. That's crazy. If it makes you feel better, no one is hiring right now. That shit is cap. Yeah, everyone is doing fake hiring. Everyone is like faking that they're looking for people all the time to create this image that they are growing rapidly and that they're doing well in spite of everything else. And yet, seemingly, not a lot of people are hiring in actuality.
Including the judiciary. Willie.
Joining us now, the CEO of the data intelligence company Generation Labs, Cyrus Beschloss. His group is out with new polling first published yesterday in Axios, examining how college students are feeling about the ongoing protests at their campuses across the country. Cyrus, it's great to see you. So what did you find? Because we've been talking about this the last couple of weeks. You see some polling that Mr. Della Volpe brought us that showed it was like the 15th or 16th most important issue, Gaza. What did you find in your polling?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the steady stream of footage out from college campuses. We went into the field to test the assumption that this was the #1 issue driving young voters. Our company, Generation Lab, we have got the largest frame of young people, 2 million young people across the country. We did a poll of 1,250 college students across hundreds of campuses to see, how important is Gaza? We've seen the footage, obviously. What we found was #1 issue, not Gaza.
I like that, by the way, I like that literally, are we going to do anything about that? Fuck no. Are we going to do anything about education funding and access? Fuck no. Are we going to do anything about economic fairness? Fuck no. A fucking Nepo baby getting on MSNBC to launder a genocide, pathetic loser? Of course. Are we going to do anything about racial injustice or civil rights? Fuck no. Are we going to do anything about the Middle Eastern conflict? Extra fuck no. That's awesome. Thanks, man. I love that you made this list of all the things that the Democratic Party is not going to address. And yes, the sample size is 1,250 students. That's a perfectly valid sample size. Please stop. Please. As long as they are taking into account, as long as they're taking into account a proper demographic and psychographic profile, a sample size of 1,250 students is a good sample size.
#1 was healthcare, #2 was student debt, #3 was the economy. Gaza came in last. So very consistent with the polling that you mentioned. I think the big thing to consider here is young people tend to look at this issue a lot like the rest of the electorate. Not so different.
And then the follow on that was you asked these students, have you actually participated in these demonstrations on campus? And what did you find?
Exactly, yeah. 92% have not participated in those protests. It's only been everything that we've seen.
Here's the actual polling data. Yeah, so here's the thing. For the record, what's instructive to me, at least, is these two numbers. Those who have participated in campus-wide demonstrations are 7 times higher on the pro-Palestinian front, and those who favor the pro-Palestinian front are even a larger number than that. Or not a larger number than that, 3 times higher. Sorry. The idea that you think that this shows what you think it shows is silly as fuck. Almost 4 times as higher.
Seen on the screens in the last few weeks, that's about 8% of college students. And so very, very, very slim minority. But of those who have not protested, which again is 92% or so, 4 to 1 or so are favorable, are sympathetic to the Palestinian cause.
What's your sense of the college students that you've polled, of the campuses you've been to?
That's still only like 80 people versus 15 people. Wait, what? No, stop looking at a fucking sample size and then trying to guys, the way polling works, okay? And I don't know the actual methodology. I don't know if they actually did sample like keeping account, like taking into account the attitudes that students actually have. I don't know if they fucking went in and found a bunch of Hasbara trolls and sampled them. But 1,250 is a valid sample size. I just want to say in elections where the entire election was won by less than 100,000 votes nationwide, something that is top for 13% of people is huge. This is just dumb as fuck. Yeah. I think that obviously if the sample size is every single person, then that's not a sample, that's not a poll, that's a census. That's number one. Number two, here's something that's closer to a census that is more significant, as Central Committee is also correctly pointing out, elections. When you look at the primary elections in the Democratic Party, those are participated. The people that go out and vote in the primary elections are the Democratic Party's most active voter base. Okay? I know this because I engaged in a lot of door knocking operations during the primaries, okay, where I tried to get people to be galvanized and motivated to go out and vote for Bernie Sanders. And the reality of the matter was many people were completely ill-informed that liked Bernie Sanders, but they were like, what? The primaries are happening? I had no fucking clue. Because a lot of those people are not exactly the most tuned in, the most MSNBC watching audience. The people that do go out and vote in the primaries are the most active base of the Democratic Party. So in that base of support, if you still have tens of thousands of people that are voting uncommitted in an effort to show the Democratic Party that they must change course, that is the single most important percentage that you need to look at, especially if your goal is to win elections. Okay?
Are they going to vote or not?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, and also this other side of the conversation is also very important. Why are you basing decision on who should be killed based off how it polls? I don't give a shit about that either. Like people will say, oh, you gave a shit when it was popular, when it was seemingly popular as a concept. And it's like, I'm sorry, dude. I mean, healthcare reform is phenomenally popular according to this poll. I'm an advocate for that. That doesn't change course for the American Democratic Party or the American government as a whole. So clearly, this kind of stuff doesn't really motivate people in any direction. What I care about is the morality of the situation. And I do think that a genocidal apartheid regime is immoral inherently and must be stopped, must be put an end to. That's it. Anyway. Now, there are perhaps valid reasons for 50% of the students saying none of the above, especially when they see, since October 7, how many fucking students have been doxxed and had, how many students have been doxxed, how many students have been suspended for being pro-Palestinian, how many students have lost their job opportunities or openly had those in positions of power in whatever industry say they will never hire someone if they are suspected of sympathizing with Palestinians. Perhaps that plays a role in silencing many people on this issue. Only one side gets this kind of narrative, by the way. It's not like anybody's running around being like, I will never hire someone who's pro-Israel. Okay? As a matter of fact, the one fucking company run by a goddamn Palestinian CEO, Hims, okay? The balding medication and erectile dysfunction pill company, Hims, that dude literally said he would hire those who have been fired or potentially suspended for being pro-Palestine, and he got owned. The one time a dude was like, yeah, actually, I stand on this business. My people are being slaughtered. I think that's unconscionable. That's really fucked up. Anyway. Data you've cherry-picked from Generation Lab. Hi there. We're reaching out to you from Generation Lab, a research firm studying young people with findings in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and other sources. We ask that you share your views in a new 10-minute poll within the next 48 hours. After completed poll, you will receive $3 via your preferred method. I mean, that doesn't matter. That I want to see the crosstabs. I mean, this is normal, but I do want to see the crosstabs. That part is normal. It's just regular process. But it's normal for surveying, and it's normal for paying $3. That's perfectly valid. I do, however, want to see if they have if they do a better profile overall of like what the background is of students that they polled. Based on what you know, who do you think is more to blame for the current situation? Hamas leaders. Also, the funniest part about polls like this, of course, and Harvard does a decent job of showcasing how fucking stupid polling can be. The Harvard Harris poll. The best part about these polls is like, one, it's greatly motivated. You can massage the questions in a specific direction. It shows that like people are responding to the biased ways in which the question can be framed. But also, this is a flex. They'll be like, yeah, who do you think is most responsible for the violence? It's like that other poll that I remember from a couple months back that where people were asked, I think it was Pew, that asked people, who do you think has had more civilian casualties, Israel or Palestine in the ongoing conflict? It was like literally like 3 or 4 months ago. And the majority did not know. That, to me, is basically just the media flexing that they've done a great job of misinforming the public. Obviously, when the casualties are 10x on one side versus the other, well, not even 10x, fucking 30x. It's a little ridiculous. When you ask the public this information and they respond in kind, 40x now almost. To what extent do you agree with the following statements? This is awesome. Free Palestine. There's only one solution, intifada, revolution. I like that people say neither agree nor disagree in the highest percentages. They're like, yeah, whatever, who cares? Which one of the following do you think is acceptable for students to do as a part of their protest? Select all that apply. Occupy campus buildings, 33%. Block students who support Israel from entering certain spaces on campus, only 10%. Refuse a university order to disperse, attend encampment or protest, 42%. That's crazy. Awesome. Do you think Piers should be spending more or less time protesting? Not sure. How do you feel that the tented campus of materials across college campuses which use to boycott, protest Israel? Oppose them strongly, 12%. Oppose them a bit, 12%. Strongly support them, 27%. Support them a bit, 18%. Which issues are the most important to you? Select up to 3. I wonder why they're not talking about all these other polls on this video.
What's your sense of the college students that you've polled or the campuses you've been to? Are they going to vote or not?
Yes, there is huge energy. We've tracked this from 2020 up until now, and we've actually seen rising intention to vote. I think the question is, what issues are going to drive them? Going into last few days, conventional wisdom, whatever wisdom I got, which isn't much, would have been that Gaza is going to be the big issue that's going to swing young voters. The data says otherwise.
But I covered a protest recently, and the one commonality between both sides, and they were all very emotional about it and very, very animated, of course, but to a person, they said, screw Biden, screw Trump. So if they're going to vote, are they going to vote for either one of these guys?
Totally. And by the way,
is this an RFK opportunity, or what's going to happen? They don't seem very happy with the nominees of the two major.
Wait. Is this a father-son bonding moment, or am I crazy? Hold on. No, it's not. That guy is a famous he's a famous journalist. He's like he did the fuck, what is it? He's not a cowboy, Chatters. He did, yeah, the circus as well. Like he had a show called The Circus. He did that circus show. But I mean, I think he was like a Politico guy, maybe. Oh my God, everyone's saying like Dick Tracy, John Wayne. Shut the fuck up, chat. I'm trying to figure out what his goddamn name is. The video info. Cyrus Best Claus, CEO of Generation Lab, joins Morning Joe. It's not father son. He worked for, but the other guy did. The other guy did. What do you call it? Work for the George W. Bush campaign, I think, or for the George W. Bush administration. This Cyrus guy's dad is Michael Besclaus, who is a presidential historian and is also a longtime MSNBC contributor. Yeah. Michael Besclaus is his dad. This is the guy. He's always on MSNBC. This is Cyrus Besclaus. That's why people were calling him a Nepo baby. Hold on. Fuck. I have to pee so bad. Bushloss. I don't fucking care how you say it. Hold on.
Between both sides, and they were all very emotional about it and very, very animated, of course. But to a person, they said, screw Biden, screw Trump. So if they're going to vote, are they going to vote for either one of these guys?
Totally. And by the way,
is this an RFK opportunity, or what's going to happen? They don't seem very happy with the nominees of the two major parties.
They definitely are, but where did you run into those folks? Those were the folks that you met at a protest. Yeah. You didn't necessarily meet them at the at the bars at SoulCycle.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, I mean, this makes me think of like if I've watched Law and Order for 20 years and I go into an actual courtroom for the first time. I'm waiting for the surprise witness to get wheeled out. Who everybody thought was dead. I'm waiting for the jury outburst. But when reality.
So you think self-interest at the end of the day, they'll vote?
Self-interest, they'll vote. But what we found, actually, we just released a poll with CNBC yesterday, that found that Biden's only leading Trump by 1. And RFK gets 29% of the
Among
vote.
Gen Z.
29%
What's
of the
the
vote.
age frame on that?
So that was 18 to 34.
Okay. Wow.
18 to 34. Biden won young voters 18 to 29. He won them by 24 points in 20.
And it's 1 now.
It's +1.
And
but
so RFK Jr. is effectively a stand-in for we don't like our choices, and there's another guy sitting there. Sure, we'll go along with that.
Exactly. And big reasons it seems that Biden is leaking youth support. I think it's impossible to look at any of the data that we've collected and say that Biden's in a great position with young voters. I think the reason for that, it's not Gaza. Believe it or not, it's not Gaza, despite everything that we've been seeing the last few weeks. It's the kitchen table issues. It's the boring stuff.
For students.
I mean, it's amazing. Healthcare, education, the economy, just
And
no
more
nonsense,
broadly, I mean,
normal.
I like that they're not talking about, they're only using this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, nobody gives a fuck about Gaza. Nobody gives a fuck about Gaza, actually. It's like, bitch, nobody gives a fuck about healthcare either in the American government. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh, here are also all the other issues that students care about in our poll, where we found that actually, as a matter of fact, if you look at the other answers to the questions, the only one that showed that students, because it's the most important issue, select up to 3. Obviously, when faced with all of these other options, yes, not many of them put the conflict in the Middle East on there in their top 3 priorities. Okay. But every other issue that directly asked them questions specifically about, like, what do you care about? Do you care about, is Israel in the right or is Israel in the wrong? They have overwhelmingly said that they're on board with the fucking Palestinian plight. This guy literally made a TikTok style fucking questionnaire where he was like, hello, dude. gay people get rights or you get health care. Which one? And then posted the fucking results. The rest of the results are like, no, both actually. And obviously they're not even talking about that shit. Have you participated in any of the protests among your friends and peers? None of the above. Yes, I participated in the pro-Israel protests. 7 times higher. Yes, I participated in the protests against Israeli action in Gaza. 9, no, but I favor the pro-Israeli protests. 34% no, but I favor the protests against Israeli action in Gaza. Genocide son or healthcare daughter. Dude, they are so desperate. It is very revealing, in my opinion, that these guys, it is very revealing, in my opinion, that these guys are so fucking desperate to cling on to anything and everything they can, that they're just straight up being like, yeah, no, but you don't understand, actually. People don't care about Israel. I promise. They just want to stop talking about it. They want to stop talking about fucking Gaza. See? College anti-Israel agitators could be sent to Gaza under new House GOP bill. It's great, man. I mean, this is one of those like idiotic fucking bills. Where the fuck did it go? I couldn't even read the fucking... This guy said cherry picking, but I couldn't even fucking see what they were saying. Tear gas son or LRAD daughter. Anyway. Let's move on from this shit. There's just so much brain rot. Oh, here's a friend of the show, Walter Maston, with another banger, 32-minute hogwatch video. Stolen West Bank property being sold in New York.
I'm here to buy real estate.
Oh, by the way, as we are talking, there was an effort to oust Mike Johnson. And of course, Democrats, 32 Democrats and 11 Republicans voted to advance the Marjorie Taylor Greene effort. 7 voted present. The vote was 359 to 43. 196 Republicans voted to kill it. And 163 Democrats defended Mike Johnson. If you want to understand how unimaginably cucked the Democratic Party is, here it is. Why do you support terror? Brother, the only terror I support is at the top of the fucking hour when there's a 3-minute ad break and I terrorize those who are unsubscribed. Okay? Don't come at me with that weak ass bullshit. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to be terrorized by said top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Democrats could get the easiest political dub by demonstrating how fucking fundamentally flawed and broken the Republican Party is by routinely having them go through a cycle of trying to vote in a new Speaker of the House over and over and over again. However, why aren't they doing that? Because they want to send $26 billion to Israel. They have the Ukrainian funding package on the line. They have the Israeli funding package on the line. They have the Taiwan funding package on the line. So, of course, they shut the fuck up and do what they're supposed to serve their masters within the military-industrial complex. So, of course, they're like, oh, dude, come on. You can't be fucking this up right now. Don't fuck up the bag. All right, let's watch this. Stolen West Bank property being sold in New York.
There's a real estate sale selling stolen property which was stolen from the Palestinian people. As Jewish people, we should not steal. This is either a political move or a financial move.
I'm an IDF vet. I was just fighting in Gaza for the IDF.
Bro, you should be in jail.
So what are we shooting today?
How do I explain what this is? There's this gathering where they're going to sell real estate, like in Palestine, like West Bank territory. I'm reading about it, and it goes against like the Fair Housing Act, all this stuff. So I thought I would be a real estate agent. I can't decide. Should I be a real estate agent or a real estate influencer?
I think you got to be a real estate influencer.
Yes. Okay.
So wait, these are a real real estate company that is selling. How are they getting this Palestinian land?
Well, I don't know. Dude, I mean, we can imagine how that plays out. Actually, I don't think we have to imagine that at all. I think we, whatever you just thought in your head of how they obtain the land, you did it. Like, that's it. It's exactly what you thought. It's like I think it's like some type of convention, and they have little booths set up, from what I've seen, and
development in the West Bank.
Yeah. What's up? It's your real estate influencer here, showing you how to flip houses in Palestine. So step one, secure the land. Make sure it's in a place that the entire world is like, please, can you not? Step two, fucking take it anyway. I'm a real estate investor, and so I was, trying to educate my audience on, where they can buy and sell real estate to flip and stuff like that.
Okay.
So yeah, so
Israel's definitely the way to go.
oh my God, I've heard it's like a huge thing. So, I think there's like a lot of controversy on this one because some of it's like there's like disputed territories. I don't know if
I'm not going to respond to that.
I know. So, but then
My
there's.
father was technically a Palestinian, so that makes me a Palestinian.
Oh my God! So if you were to buy it, then it's not an issue.
I should be able to buy any land because I'm legally a Palestinian.
Oh, so like Palestinian, like how?
My father was a Palestinian. That's what it says on his birth certificate.
Okay, so he was there like during like the whole.
He was born 43. Yeah.
Okay.
My grandfather was in the British Army for Israel.
Okay.
So I should have no legal issues.
Yeah. So it's a pre-1948.
Yeah.
Got it.
I legally own my land.
Okay.
On all accords.
So I've just been told I can't come inside and make any real estate bids because I'm not Jewish, and I
got people walking in the street around you, so either.
I don't know about the Fair Housing Act or Civil Rights Act or anything like that. I'm sure this doesn't violate any of that at all. So some people are really upset about this apparently. I don't get it. I mean, as long as the land is like theirs and not stolen, I don't see why the problem is. Oh my God.
Brutality, pigs, you burn babies in ovens. You rape women. What's up, Osama? Osama bin Laden right there.
I'm a real estate influencer, and so they're selling real estate inside of there. I actually couldn't get inside. I'm not Jewish. Some of it's like in the West Bank and stuff.
Yes. Well, what's your before you?
What? So
before
it's
you
a
fulfill it.
yeah.
So, which side of the divide are you on? You're on
What?
the liberal side or on the conservative side?
I'm on the anti-apartheid side. That's the
So
side.
you're on the anti-Israel side.
The anti. Oh, wait. Why is that anti-Israel?
Well, when you say
I'm anti-apartheid.
Okay.
I don't want the. How is that anti-Israel?
I guess you're claiming that Israel is
I made-
pursuing apartheid policy.
I didn't say. No, I'm
So
saying.
therefore, I guess if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. So if you're saying that Israel pursues,
I just don't want people to live in apartheid.
right. So then you're saying you're anti-Israel because.
So if I'm anti-apartheid, I'm anti-Israel.
Well, if you're saying that Israel is pursuing apartheid policies, is that?
I didn't say that. I just said that. They just said that there's
So why would you bring up
people
apartheid?
living under apartheid.
You know
Yeah.
what you're saying, and I know what you're saying, but you won't admit to what you're saying.
But
but
the
want
way
to-
you jumped to anti-Israel, though, I thought that was
because,
just funny.
Because you're saying that you're talking about Israel, and you're talking about apartheid. So obviously you're inferring that Israel is pursuing those apartheid policies.
So
Are
we
you
have.
not?
So it's not.
I'm asking you a question.
The hostages home first, and then we're gonna talk about free Palestine. You bring them
What
home
does this have to do
first.
with? I'm here to buy real
You
estate.
are killers.
No, but I'm here to buy real estate. I'm here to buy real estate in the West Bank. I don't know what this is about. I just wanted to buy real estate in the West Bank. They wouldn't let me inside because I'm not Jewish. I couldn't. I was set to buy a whole bunch of real estate. I thought that's how the free market works. But where's this real estate?
This real estate that's being sold is in the West Bank.
In the West Bank?
Yes.
So you can sell real estate in the West Bank? I don't know anything about real estate apparently, and I mean, I'm
I mean, technically, it's illegal what they're doing. It's illegal.
Yeah.
It's against international law. It's against local law. It's against state law. It's against fair housing. It's illegal what they're doing.
Wow. So wait, what's happening inside that building? It's a real estate sale?
It's a real estate sale that's going on in many places, where they're selling and offering land in the West Bank in 48 territories, but particularly a lot of the...
Wait, how can you sell land in the West Bank?
So that's why part of why we're here. It's illegal, actually, by international law under the Geneva Convention.
Doesn't that violate like housing laws in New York State?
First of all, it violates international laws, which is...
Biden CNN interview airing at 7 p.m. today. No more weapons for Israel if they invade Rafah. Yo! President Biden tells Aaron Burnett that if Israel invades the city of Rafah, the U.S. will stop supplying with artillery shells, bombs for fighter jets, and other offensive weapons. Well, someone should tell him that Israel is already in Rafah. Man. Also, offensive weapons and defensive weapons is the funny one, because they can still fucking send weapons and be like, oh, it's just defensive weapons, actually. Don't get your hopes up. Oh, fuck no. I'll believe it when I see it. Are you kidding me? Too little, too late, honestly, but we'll see where this goes. Everyone say thank you, Macklemore. Yeah, nope, it's actually Macklemore that did this. Congratulations to Macklemore, that swagged out white boy. Disappointing. The White House has too many Hamas abusers in its staff. Shameful. After the hashtag October 7 massacre to act like this, unreal. Bro, he literally did. He got Obergefell too. Yeah, when he said, nice, Ali Khamenei, supreme leader of Iran. Yeah, Macklemore said, when I was in 3rd grade, I thought I was gay. And then gay marriage was legalized. Think about that. What new fresh hells will Macklemore deliver to us now? Also, I have I'm trying something new today, chat. This is unrelated to everything that is on screen. Hold on, let me show you. I found this thing that's like a 0-calorie noodle, basically. Called konjac or something. It's called Miracle Noodle. Miracle Noodle Variety Pack, fettuccine and angel hair. Konjac noodles. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's literally, they're gross. No, it's not. No, it's fucking sick. It actually looks kind of like glass noodles. Look at this. That's what it looks like. It's not a sponsorship. Tastes pretty fucking good. Gives you the same mouthfeel of like regular noodles anyway. Ozempic noodle? Anyway, civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they will go after population centers, Biden told CNN's Aaron Burnett in an exclusive interview. I made it clear if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone in Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that are being used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities that deal with that problem. They can block absorption of medication, so make sure you take any meds like hours before or after. Really? Joe Biden's so late, they're busy showing off their Rafah synagogue. I thank the Walla journalists for uncovering the truth that I have been warning about since October. The ends of the murderous attack on Gaza are not Israeli security and the release of hostages. They are not even the dismantling of Hamas. The true end, a messianic and deranged one, is the implementation of the psychopathic murderous subjugation plan devised by the racist Bezalel Smotrich, the uprooting of the Palestinian people from their homeland. My man added him too. He said, fuck you, Bezalel. By expulsion and extermination to take over their lands and the full establishment of a theo-fascist racial regime. We won't let them. We will fight with all of our power against those gangs of blood, race, and tears. In the video below, the 162nd Division of the Occupation Forces has established the first synagogue in Eastern Rafah. CNN article, video unrelated. Yeah, we'll get to the video when it comes out. It's going to come out in an hour. Someone should let Biden know that they're doing this stuff, but bad noodles, Hasanabi, if you will be skinny and bald if this eats your hair meds.
Is against the settlements in the West Bank. Secondly, it violates American real estate housing laws, which is the Fair Housing Act and the Civil Rights Housing Act, which both say that you cannot discriminate. You cannot discriminate based on race, ethnicity, or religious background. So it would violate all of those things. So we're here to stand against that, and particularly with the climate, with an ongoing genocide happening right now on the people in Gaza, and an uproar of violence also in the West Bank, where feel that it's very flagrant to do this at this moment.
Go back to Jersey, back to Patterson, where you belong. Never coming again.
There's nothing funnier to me than like a dude rocking IDF gear next to an Israeli flag telling counter protesters to go back to Patterson, New Jersey. It's like, what does that mean? I think Patterson, New Jersey is like, I guess it's like a heavy Muslim area or something. But it's like, bro, you're literally fucking wearing an IDF jersey next to the Israeli flag, barely over 5'2", telling people to go back to somewhere else. It's like, bitch, where the fuck are you from? Little guy. Little guy. Where are you from, little guy? Where are you from, little man?
This is brutal. That's pretty nasty to say. Like, so after they took the land, Egypt and Jordan wouldn't take the people. It's like, listen, we stole your land. Here, take your people. And they just wouldn't take it. How selfish. After we took land from the Native Americans, no one in South America or Canada would take them in. It was just, or South America, Canada, Europe, no other country would take them in. We're like, here, you take them. We don't want them. We just took their land. These people, get these people.
There's nothing more ironic than saying that as a Jewish person in 2024 on U.S. soil, when America historically literally refused to take in Jewish refugees that were escaping the Nazi regime. Like, the idea that you're like, no one wanted you, lol. It's like, bro, your fucking great-grandfather was almost murked by the fucking Nazis on the same soil that you are now chirping in the exact same fucking Hitlerian way. How fucking stupid are you, dude? Do you not know your own fucking people's history? What are we doing here? How ridiculous. Literally, bro, it is no different than fucking like the American Bund movement, okay, yelling at like Jews with a megaphone in like the 1930s being like, nobody wants you. America doesn't want you here. It's crazy.
Explain what's going on inside the synagogue. There's a real estate sale.
There's a real estate sale selling stolen property, which was stolen land that was stolen from the Palestinian people. Now, this is recognized internationally as illegal settlements, at least some of it. And this is, as Jewish people, we should not steal and we should not sell stolen property. We should not share property that has been stolen. According to Judaism, if one shares with a thief, is considered a thief. And especially when this is happening in this time, while this genocide is taking place in Gaza, which is only making everything worse. What is happening in Gaza is...
Wow, this guy's a real anti-Semite, man. Classic anti-Semitic tendency coming from this dude, you know? Classic. Where are the cops? They need to kill this man immediately, you know? In an effort to defend Jewish people, we must immediately sick the rabid dogs of the state on this dude.
Is disastrous. This mass murder of the Palestinian people is unacceptable. And the danger that the occupation of Palestine is causing for Jews is also unacceptable.
So you're saying that's making Jewish people less safe?
Certainly it is. In addition to the injustice of it, it is making, it is endangering Jewish people. And all of this should not happen in the first place. And unfortunately, what this is going on, continuing, making everything worse. And as I said, especially in this time. And on top of all, why in a synagogue? Why in a holy place? This is either a political move or a financial move. This has nothing to do with religion. Happens to be that all of this is forbidden.
So it has nothing to do with religion?
No.
So selling real estate in a synagogue, that's not a practice? That's not a common practice at all?
It's not a religious practice. It's either a financial practice...
I'm not Jewish, so I need you to tell me, explain this to me.
It's either a financial practice, or a political one, or a criminal one. Yeah. But nothing to do with religion. And I'll explain you why in the synagogue. Because the movement of Zionism since day one is misusing religion to justify all crimes it is committing. While the movement of Zionism is officially secular. They don't even claim to be religious. Yeah. And why do they misuse the religion? Just in order to to confuse the masses, to have the world think and believe as if all Jews...
It's so funny that, like, these guys are, I don't know if these guys are directly Neturei Karta, but there are many Hasidic sects, like many Orthodox Jewish sects, that under the tenets of Judaism consider Israel and consider Zionism to be abhorrent. Some because they find it unconscionable that Jews in the name of Judaism would go and kill so many people. Others, oh, it says NKUSA, they are Neturei Karta. So the thing is, yeah, they are Neturei Karta, NKUSA.org. So these guys also personally believe that Jews, according to Judaism, are to remain stateless until the Messiah comes, right? So they find it to be heretical to do an advocacy for a ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-state specifically. So there's also a religious, like a theological underpinning to their movement. And beyond that, there's also obviously like developed sympathies towards the Palestinian plight as a consequence of being on the right side of history. And what is Neturei Karta? Neturei Karta is one sect of ultra-Orthodox Judaism. Orthodox Judaism is a relatively new invention inside of Judaism. Ironic, because like you would think that these guys are they look like they are the older sect, but it's actually a newer sect of Judaism in comparison to the to how long Judaism has been around. However, obviously ultra-Orthodox Judaism also goes in the other direction as well. So make no mistake, if you go to New York, if you go to like an ultra-Orthodox community in New York, like the dudes who built the Chabad tunnels, right? Like those guys are very, very pro-Israel. So make no mistake, there is much discourse amongst Orthodox Jews, as well as Jews as a whole. Neturei Karta is also less of a sect and more of a political group within the Litvak Haredi Judaism. They aren't Hasidic. Not all Orthodox are Hasidic. I thought Haredi was just another I thought it was all Orthodox. If you're Haredi, and like Haredi is like a more aggro version of just like being Orthodox. Like Ben Shapibo is an Orthodox Jew, so he follows. He keeps, obviously everybody keeps kosher. He, you know, does the burning of the fucking kitchen and shit. And then Haredi, not Hasidic. Hasidic is Haredi, but not all Haredi are Hasidic. What's the I genuinely don't know the distinction between. Yes, you're right about Haredi. Hasidic is a mystical form of Orthodox Judaism. Hasidim are mixed on Zionism depending on their specific sect. You got these wonderful people in the video and the nutcases on the West Bank, some of which also follow Hasidic sects. Yeah. You also have Orthodox Jews in Jerusalem that are also a part of either Neturei Karta or other sects inside of Orthodox Judaism that are also very anti-apartheid. That's why you see dudes that look like him getting beat up by the Israeli police force on a regular basis inside of Israel. Anyway, my point is, these guys believe that there is no theological justification for Jews to have a nation state, let alone an ethno state, let alone in the historic land that Israel is built on top of, and that they will naturally, throughout the course of history, once the Messiah returns, be granted a nation state when the time comes. But beyond that, there are obviously like different kinds of Orthodox sects that believe that the Messiah is here, like the dudes that were building the tunnels. I think those are one of the Messiah guys, right? Like the ultra Orthodox Jews that are that believe. Yeah, there's Messianic Chabadniks that believe that the Messiah actually is a real person that came, Chabad Lubavitch. And those guys are definitely the Chabad Lubavitch guys are not pro-Palestine at all, and those guys are the very right-wing Orthodox Jews that you hear from time to time, the ones that are the ones specifically in New York that have a lot of issues with education, get state funding, and also have like their own version of the police force and inside of NYPD. Anyway, so basically what I'm trying to say is it goes to show that the notion that Jews are monolithic in their understanding, or Jews are monolithic as a whole, is probably one of the most anti-Semitic and also ahistorical perspectives that you could have on Judaism. What's the joke? It's like you got 2 Jews, 8 opinions or something. Like, it's just, Judaism in and of itself is the most debate-lord religion of all time. 2 Jews, 3 opinions. So obviously the notion that, you know, the notion that like all Jews are monolithic in their approach to Judaism, all Jews are monolithic in their understanding of Israel could not be far from the truth. You know, it's very, very frustrating that people present it as such. Wouldn't that be like saying all Christians are the same? Yes. But even more so inside, especially inside of Judaism, because a big part of like the analysis of the Talmud literally revolves around debating it. So like debate is literally baked into not just the core, not just like the Jewish culture in general, but like baked into the religion. So yeah, they're OG debate lords in general. They're basically different Hasidic sects have different dynasties of main rebbes. The Chabad community often believes that the 7th Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who died like 30 years ago, is actually, yeah, this is the best one, who actually died 30 years ago, is still actually alive and is the Messiah. It's pretty insane. That's my favorite one. Those are also the guys who are the most like proselytizing, I feel like, out of all the different sects. They're the guys who are like, they're the guys who will walk up to you if you look Jewish. Yes, I'm saying what you think I'm saying. They will literally walk up to you if they suspect you of being Jewish and be like, would you like to join our cult? Yeah. Literally. It happens all the time. Are you Jewish? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. To proselytize is forbidden, except for those guys. They love proselytizing. They don't give a shit. But they proselytize to the Jews, suspected Jews, who they think are Jewish. They don't like go up to someone who is, I mean, if someone's just like, nah, I'm Muslim, they're not like, okay, well, join our cult. They want everyone to do a tefillin. It's a mitzvah.
Support this movement, and as if the Jewish
they don't
religion
proselytize. I said that. They don't technically proselytize. Their goal is to get Jewish people to become Orthodox. They're not interested in converting people. Yeah.
condones the existence of the state of Israel, the occupation of Palestine, or all criminal actions it commits. All of this is.
I know a suspicious amount about Jewish folklore, Judaism, Jewish culture. Think about that. That's why I'm the anti-Semite of the week, baby. You already know. Always. Very suspicious. Very suspicious how much I know about different kinds of Jews, as you say, Muslim boy.
Is unacceptable. All of this is embarrassing for Jewish people, and as I said, dangerous to Jewish people as well.
Is it part of the sect that you're from that you don't believe that we should return to the Holy Land until the Messiah comes?
Right. Exactly. According to Judaism, one of the basics of Jewish belief is the concept of Jewish exile, which according to Judaism is a divine decree. In other words, Jewish people are in exile not because of an accident, not because of the lack of Jewish power. We believe that this is a divine decree, that Jewish people are required to accept the decree of God and not fight against it. Attempting to end Jewish exile by any physical means, which is basically the Zionist philosophy, goes in total contrast of basics of Jewish belief. This will be forbidden in Judaism, even without any crimes to it, even if it's in total peace with everyone. But when this happens in Palestine by committing so many crimes against the indigenous population of the land, is just adding so many additional.
You should either thank or blame Felix for that knowledge. No. I didn't learn this shit from Felix. I learned most of it from being pro-Palestine, actually. For years and years and years. Also, I was born in New Jersey. So, as this chatter correctly pointed out, it is epigenetic. If you are born inside of the tri-state region, your knowledge of different Orthodox sects just comes, it's like beamed into your brain.
Crime to be Orthodox Jews. Our movement, our organization is Nature Karte. But what we are presenting is basic Judaism with no nicknames to it. It's Judaism that all Jews believed in for thousands of years without any exception. There's nothing new I am saying.
Yeah.
All that changed is over 100 years ago when the movement of Zionism started by
Theodor Herzl,
outspoken heretics who didn't follow Judaism, didn't even claim to follow Judaism, and only they came up with a philosophy which is in total contrast to traditional Judaism. Now, whether one wants to disagree with us, that's the personal opinion of the individual. But nobody can say that what we are presenting is new. We are presenting traditional Judaism. People might today, for one reason or another, choose something else, which is the choice of the individual, which I discourage.
See? Listen, bro. Debate lord, bro. Do you understand me? This man is in a permanent state of debate. He's like, listen, you could disagree with me. I discourage it, but you could disagree with me nonetheless. I'm telling you, dude, it's the most debate lord religion out there, straight up. It's also very fun. It's like Mormonism in the way that you have so many different like loopholes and shit.
But that's the choice of the individual. But don't you say that Zionism, as I once saw at the Zionist rally, a sign saying Moses was a Zionist. That this is a
why wasn't he a Zionist?
No, this is a joke. that this is a simple joke, because Zionism is something which is a new philosophy going in total contrast to traditional Judaism. There is no way that you can say that Zionism is Judaism. People do say so, but it doesn't make any sense. We should be very careful, never allow the conflation of Zionism with Judaism. This is not the same. If one criticizes Zionists, I appreciate that, and I'll tell you why. Because I appreciate the people that define the right definition to what.
I love how the sun has started to set during the process of this conversation, like it's getting darker. Yeah, bro. My man is a yapper, okay? He is the lore master. Dressed to the task too. He do be looking like a lore master. That is the dude I would go to be like, excuse me, sir, can you give me the lore, please? Like, he looks like a quest giver.
They criticize. Rather than criticizing Jews, which I discourage to do, because not all Jews are committing these crimes. If you want to criticize the people doing it. Now, I'm not here to encourage people to criticize others, because I wish that everybody would be honest and just and religious and please God, and nobody will have to be criticized. But unfortunately, since these crimes are taking place, and since people should, as a moral duty, people should stand up.
To clarify, the sect has pretty weird opinions outside of Palestine, I'm assuming? Yes. I mean, one quick way to figure that out is by noticing that there are no women present.
Up and speak up against evil. The actions of Zionists, the actions of the Zionist state of Israel should be condemned, should be criticized. But let's define it accurately. Let's not.
But of course, to be fair, the way I see it is this. I would rather have my ultra-Orthodox Judaism understanders be women haters that hate the apartheid rather than women haters that also love the apartheid. Because there's plenty of ultra-Orthodox women haters who love the apartheid as well.
Not criticize the Jews, let's criticize the Zionists. And we have to differentiate between Judaism and Zionism, which is never the same.
That's because that's sort of, I didn't know this going in, and that you have people in Reza and West Bank, they'll be 30, 40, or even 50 years old before they meet someone who's Jewish, who's anti-Zionist, and it's a life-changing moment. They'll write about it. They'll be like, it's mind-blowing.
I visited Gaza.
Yeah.
And they did meet me. Many of the people met me from Gaza, and I do this in each and every occasion where we can. We are here to teach the world. We are here to teach the Palestinian, the suffering people of Palestine. We are here to teach whoever wants to listen that not all Jews support these crimes. Not all Jews are the enemy. The Jewish religion is not what is causing all of this. On the contrary, the Jewish religion condemns all what is taking place.
True.
And we as Jewish people are here to teach the Jewish religion and to teach the masses that this is criminal and this is wrong.
He's right about that.
And the last thing that I found out is a lot of you.
Not even the Jewish religion, like Jewish culture, Jewish history, like centuries of Jewish people living all around the fucking planet, engaging in actions that would be exactly antithetical to what Israel is doing right now. Straight up. It's so crazy. It's so fucking crazy.
Come out to protest, right? Like as the Sabbath is starting, and all of you have to walk home. What's the longest you and your friends have walked home?
7 hours.
7 hours?
No, not only one walk. Sometimes we have to go and come. When it's Saturday, for example, we have to walk to the rally and then back. It was, I think, 7 hours was the best we did.
That's the best.
The best we did.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Just trying to cover the.
I love comedy. To be honest, no matter what you believe in, you gotta make fun of everything.
I showed up with a stormtrooper costume, and I showed up with the people across the street, and I wrote, "The Empire did nothing wrong."
You guys on Instagram?
Yeah,
What's your
Walter
name?
Masterson. Walter Masterson.
Jonathan, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
How do I pronounce it?
Yeah.
You're not Jewish, are you?
I'm not Jewish.
You look Jewish.
I look Jewish? Oh.
You look like a European Jew.
Oh, European Jew? Oh, okay. Yeah. So wait, which side are you on? This side or the other
On
side?
the other side, on the wrong side.
You're on the other side and the wrong
We're
side?
on the side that doesn't rape women.
Other side, okay. Oh,
What are
you're in the IDF.
What are you asking them? I'm not in the IDF, but I support
But wait,
the IDF.
oh, so it's okay.
I'm not in the IDF.
Okay.
We're on the side that doesn't rape women, bro. You're wearing a fucking IDF jersey. Weird.
Fat I am. You think they would take me? They would never take me.
No, yeah,
The
I'm-
IDF guys are like, come on,
Yeah.
they're like buff.
Yeah.
Camera guys like, yeah. They don't
Oh my God, he said they would never take me. The IDF guys are buff. Oh my God. I'm doing my part.
No, I'm just doing. I'm
They
not.
don't take me. That's what they would say to me. Go on the other side so we can win.
Well, you guys aren't winning.
Oh, we're definitely gonna be winning for sure. How do I?
Well, let me ask you a question. So, you know what, Reza, West Bank, what do you see as a way forward? Should they just get their own? Should they just be independent?
Let me tell you something. It takes two people to tango. If you have one side that hates the other side, there's no peace in that land. If I want to dance with you and you don't want to reciprocate, how are we going to dance?
But listen.
So the Palestinian people, they don't want to dance.
Well, listen,
you know what they want? They want blood, Jewish blood on their hands.
Let's just take that aside. I've read the truth about Camp David. I've read about the Camp David Accords, Oslo. I've read about all these.
It's more
I've
than
tried
just
to.
the Camp David Accords.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
recently, you have the Abraham Accords. You have so much. You have so many.
Yeah.
peace treaties.
My man said Abraham Accords. That's all you need to know. He said, oh, Camp David. Well, what about the Abraham Accords? It's like, bro, the Abraham Accords does not feature Palestinians. Like, it was not done with any envoy or Palestinian representation. March for Israel at USC commencement tonight, supported by the LAPD. Oh, no. Are you for fucking real?
Are you of the side that says, you know what, for national security reasons, we should take Reza, we should take West Bank, and they need to go, otherwise we're never going to be safe? Or are you of the side that's like, you know what, give them their own state as long as they're not trying to kill us?
Okay, so listen, in my humble opinion.
Bro, even this like the way he's asking this question is like so deliberately, like he's asking that in the kindest way to invoke like I would say it's going above and beyond. Oh, as long as like, would you give the Palestinians their own state as long as they did like promise not to kill the Israelis? Like he is trying so hard to get him to agree with him. Like the generous way to frame this. Let's see what they respond with.
I would love to support a two-state solution, but currently, if you have a leading government, okay, i.e. Hamas, as they have brought them to power in 2005, and in Hamas's charter, it clearly states to kill all the Jewish people, how can you promote a peace and a two-state solution? In my mind, I don't think it's gonna fly.
So, but then what's your solution?
I think if the Palestinians can reason with themselves and accept that the Jewish people should live in Israel because it's their homeland, and the Jewish people's roots tie more to the land of Judea and Samaria. We go
Jews
back
come from Judea.
1,200 BCE before
So you're saying-
Christ.
okay.
If they accept the Jewish people's right to exist in the land and Hamas is eradicated completely,
then you'll accept a two-state solution.
I would love to live. My neighbor, if I lived in Israel, my neighbor be Palestinian Arab. I would love it. And I would invite him to my Shabbat dinner. But he has to have peace in his heart for me to live in that land. Young Palestinian children, even towards the youngest age of 2-3 years old, they're all indoctrinated with hate. And they're raised since they're little kids to hate Jews.
Is such projection, dude. Yeah, bro. They don't hate Jews. They hate Israel. Sometimes also Jews, because Israel fucking says that they're killing their families for Judaism. But just Israel in general. It's Israel that they hate. And they don't learn to hate Israel at school. They learn to hate Israel when the school is blown up by Israel. Also, oh my God, that's such a good point. It is crazy to make this argument outside of an auction of West Bank homes. Oh my God. I forgot that they're literally having this conversation at a real estate auction of Palestinian homes in historic Palestinian land that Israel is currently unjustifiably and illegally occupying. And American Jews are basically looking at that as cheap fucking real estate that they're going to purchase. Oh. This is exactly what I mean when I say the average Zionist doesn't know what Zionism is. The myth of Palestinians and Arabs will always hate us, so there's nothing we can do is so strong. You don't even have to define to yourself what Zionism is beyond Israel good, Jewish state good, and what its consequences are. Oh. Oh yeah, maybe that's why he's saying my neighbor would be Palestinian. He's like, I can't wait to go settle in the West Bank. He's like, my neighbor will be Palestinian Arab because I will have taken his uncle's home.
Okay, and to hate Israel, to oppose Zionism, and they're taught that Zionism is a bad thing.
It
In
is.
our eyes, the same thing that relates to Nazi, the Zionism screams Nazi in their eyes because this is what they're taught as a little kid.
You know, when people say like, oh, it's not settler colonial, Theodor Herzl doesn't know what you're talking about. David Ben Gurion doesn't know what you're talking about.
What's one thing that Theodor Herzl proposed that's settled?
He's literally said in his own journals of like, this will be a settler colonial project.
You have to understand the essence of the Jewish people. We were exiled from Egypt into Judea and Samaria. This is the land that was over there. And now when you're talking about the West Bank, okay, Jews lived in the West Bank. And you have so much proof from the Torah, even from the Bible. Where was Jesus born? Jesus was a Jew. But apparently on TikTok, apparently on Instagram, Jesus was Palestinian. Jesus was a Jew born in Nazareth. Nazareth, I think, is Shechem. I'm not so sure, but it's in the West Bank.
But I'm saying, like, why should this hell occur at the expense of a group of people? I just want to start a conversation of, like, can we acknowledge that the people in West Bank and Gaza, you know, they're living in what is definitively an open-air prison.
Never was. Why was it an open-air prison? Who was to blame for it?
Bro, it's always like they were asking for it. They were begging for it. This guy looks Arab, North African, crazy really? No, it's not crazy at all. It's not even remotely crazy. That's why I always say the notion that, like, bro, Judaism is an ethno-religion that contains other ethnicities outside of, like, Eastern European under it. Eastern European Jews and Western European Jews are Ashkenazi Jews. Whereas Mizrahi sects of Jews are literally Arab Jews. And even some Sephardic Jews are also Arab Jews. Okay? But if you have a conversation with a Zionist person in Israel, they literally cannot comprehend what you're saying. They're like, what? No. Like, they think you're dissing them when I say Itamar Ben-Gvir is literally of Arab descent. They go, no, he's not. He's Jew. Why would you say that he's Arab? It's like, bro, he's from Iraq. They think I'm insulting the person by lowering their status. When I say someone is of Arab background, when I say someone is Jewish, of Arab descent, of Arab background, they think I am lowering their status. This dude is the same. Look at him. If he didn't have a keep on, NYPD would be beating his ass because they'd be like, all right, Mohammed, pack it up. You know what I mean? Look at him. He is more MENA than I am. On a lineup, if you ask a racist fucking NYPD police officer whose skull needs to be cracked, they crack his skull before mine. They'd be like, nope, that's the Muslim right there. That's why that's extra funny because a lot of the Persian Jews that I know out here in Los Angeles, this is the largest Persian Jewish diaspora on the fucking planet. They've all been fucking brutalized in different ways because they are suspected of being Iranian Muslim. And yet they are some of the biggest dick riders of Israel. So funny.
Is it the Israeli government or Hamas?
Hamas doesn't run the West Bank.
Hamas runs Gaza. I'm not talking about the West Bank.
But what about the West Bank?
Well,
then?
the Palestinian Authority has most control of the West Bank.
You know, like if we can acknowledge what that is and say, like, all right, that shouldn't
Have you
be.
seen videos of Gaza before October 6th?
Yeah.
Pictures. This is an open-air prison.
Technically, all Muslims are of Jewish descent. Yes, most. I wouldn't say all, but most. Yeah. I mean, it literally is a, what is this fucking thing? It is a Abrahamic, it's an Abrahamic religion. All of the Palestinians that remain in that area, all of the Palestinians that remain in that fucking area that converted to Christianity and then later on converted to Islam are literally direct descendants. Okay? Those motherfuckers are the direct descendants. Those living in Gaza, those living in fucking Gaza right now are descendants of the early Jewish population. They first converted to Christianity and then later converted to Islam. A little bit of a stretch, broski. What? No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, you guys are trying to fucking bait me at the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, I will be occupying your eyeballs with a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. A few years ago, I had an Israeli aunt visit me in New York City from Tel Aviv. When she saw Arabs out around, she would say shit. Dogs, how dare they show their face in public? She was the visitor insulting citizens of their own country. Yep. True, I'm a Palestinian Christian. In my DNA test, I said I have Sephardic Jewish DNA. Yeah. Mesuzi B. And also Subsonic Spartan. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. At the top of the hour, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. There's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, most of the Mizrahim and Sephardic are Arabs and Berbers. Amazigh, the Minister of Diaspora Affairs' parents are Tunisian Jews. This is a very common issue in supremacist movements in the region, by the way. Lebanese Christians think that Europeans make the distinction between them and the Lebanese Muslims, but the bigoted outsiders are all Arabs, thus inferior. Exactly. Turks do this shit too.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
All the
Just-
hotels, the boardwalk, people commuting, restaurants, people
Just
living
because
lavish lives.
they're not intense.
Hold on.
Like what, they're supposed to just be intense.
Whenever you refer to a prison, you're talking about people who live in poverty.
Yeah.
So where is the
So
poverty?
Reza,
Where's the poverty?
they don't.
Where's the poverty?
There's a ton of poverty there. I mean, it is everything.
Bro said, where's the poverty in Gaza? This is what I mean when I say it's so fucking disingenuous and so monstrous to use Palestinian resilience against them. We're talking about a place where there's before October 7th, there's 56% unemployment. Most of the population is underage. Literally, majority of the population is fucking underage. Okay? People literally working for $1 a day, extreme poverty conditions in general. And that's if they can get a fucking visa into working in Israel. Yeah. In Palestine, the median age of the population was 19.6 years in 2023, meaning that almost half the total population is comprised of children. Okay, I guess it's not the majority. It might be the majority now, but it's ridiculous. A person in a Norwegian prison is still a fucking prisoner. Okay? Just because the prison conditions are better than the American prison doesn't change that reality. And the conditions of the Palestinian open air prison are not exactly great. Sure, it's better than it was better than fucking a concentration camp. The average daily wage in the West Bank is $32 and $13 in Gaza compared to $82 in Israel. My Egyptian DNA is 13% Jewish, 26% Arab Peninsula, and most of the rest is North Africa. It's not like our populations were replaced, but we went through waves of Christianization, then Arabization/Islamization. Yep. Biden interview is happening now. Let's go. Let's go. Let's tune into CNN. and see what the fuck is up with Aaron Burnett. I assume after this commercial break, we're going to have Joseph Robinette Brandon coming on to talk about how he's going to fucking tell BB, Jack, look alive. The Jews were not occupying Gaza until after the October 7th. You're wrong. The real Ya Nation. You're just wrong. And they are not genociding anybody. Double wrong. They are murdering innocent people along a warpath, hunting down the criminals responsible for October 7th. The collateral is messed up. You're completely incorrect when you say.
Welcome to a special edition of Out Front. I'm Aaron Burnett, tonight live.
All right, never mind. Let's listen to Brandon. I'll get back to that dumbass in a little bit.
In an extensive one-on-one, we talked about the war in Gaza. And for the first time in his most uncertain terms, the President of the United States lays out conditions on American aid to Israel, connecting it directly to what is happening in Rafah right now. We also talked about his rematch with Trump, Biden telling me, quote, "I promise you he won't," when he talks about Trump accepting the outcome of the upcoming election. And we talked about the #1 issue for voters, and that is the economy.
Okay, to be fair, that does track. Like, Trump literally won in 2016 and still didn't accept the outcomes and claimed that he actually won the popular vote. So he's a sore loser as well as a sore winner.
Potential new jobs. Jobs the Biden administration wants to tout on the exact same land where Trump made one of his biggest jobs announcements of his presidency.
Thank you for the five.
Those jobs did not pan
subs.
out. And now Biden tonight is saying he can do what Trump failed to do. Here's our exclusive interview with the President of the United States. Mr. President, thank you so much for being with me.
Thanks for having me.
So Trump attended a groundbreaking here where we are for Foxconn. He promised 13,000 jobs, and only about 1,000 of those actually exist right now. So I know you're promising more than 2,000 union construction jobs, and that 100,000 people are going to get trained in AI here. Why should people here believe that you will succeed at creating jobs where Trump failed?
He's never succeeded in creating jobs, and I've never failed. I've created over 15 million jobs since I've been president. 15 million in three and 3/4 years. And secondly, Microsoft is a serious player, and they're very much engaged in making sure that they pick this area as sort of the home base for their AI initiative in the nation, and they're gonna do it. And just like, and by the way, well, I shouldn't go into it, but Trump is he started off with the golden shovels, you know,
For the groundbreaking
for
here.
the groundbreaking, and talked about this being you know, the eighth wonder of the world. When has he ever done anything he said? I'm not being facetious. Think about it. He started off, he lost.
I'm not being facetious. I'm asking, when has he done it? Who's Trump? I forgot.
He managed the end of his last year when we were dealing with COVID. 1 million people died. He told people to inject bleach that may do it. Wasn't a real problem. When he did an interview with one of your colleagues where he just flat out acknowledged he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to speak to it. You know, it's I just, and look at what he says he's going to do if he gets elected. He says he's going to do away with what I've done on Medicare, reducing the price of Medicare drastically. He said he's going to do away with the Affordable Care Act. He said he's going to do it just down the line. So we have a very different view. I look at it from physician, not being facetious, from the Scranton perspective. He looks at it from Mar-a-Lago perspective. He wants to give more significant tax cuts to the super wealthy. You know, we got 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what the average federal tax is? 8.3%. He talks about if I want to raise it to 25%, that would raise $40 billion, $400 billion over 10 years. We can further reduce the deficit, which I've been able to reduce. I mean, it's just a completely different perspective on how we should proceed.
When it comes, though, to the 100,000 jobs specifically that we're talking about here, people training in AI, the actual jobs, when are they actually going to have jobs, those 100,000 people that are being trained?
Beginning probably the first tranche in 3 to 4 years. The community colleges are going to, the one we're at, we're going to provide for 2,000 folks. And to be able to be trained, 200 a year. And it's going to go, the whole pipeline goes all the way through out to high schools and training facilities. You know, it used to be that when...
Cheddar said, you won't be president by then? Bro, he's not going to be alive by then.
End. Very tail end.
Bro, it's not a guarantee he survives the next year.
Shop and home, you know.
Look at him.
Learn to work with your hands. It doesn't exist anymore. And so it allows people who have skills and be able to train to technical skills to be able to make a decent living without a college degree. And it's what we need.
So when we talk about the bet on AI and sort of what it means, I don't know if you saw this weekend, Warren Buffett had his annual meeting and he talked about AI. So the first thing he said was, okay, it's got enormous potential for good. But then he likened it to the development of nuclear weapons in the US. And he said it scares the hell out of him. You know, he always says it like he sees it. And then he says, quote, he doesn't understand a damn thing about it. And that may capture how many Americans feel. Does AI scare you?
AI has enormous potential, enormous downside potential. That's why 3 years ago I got together the major architects of AI from the different operations around the world. I met with them in Europe and here in the United States. And it ranges all the way from one of the leaders saying it's going to take over human thinking, all the way to folks that say, no, it's not a problem. And so that's why I set out certain standards that it can do no harm. And we have to make sure we know how to do that. We have to make sure it's controlled. And that's all, and it's the most significant, I think, technological development in human history.
The most significant in human history?
Yeah, and not in terms of war and peace, but in terms of being able to, one leader in the AI community said to me, it's going to overtake human thinking, and which is frightening.
Terrifying.
But the other, most think it can be used for everything from find cures for cancer to significantly increase productivity.
So when you talk about the economy, of course, it is by far the most important issue for voters. It's also true right now, Mr. President, that voters by a wide margin trust Trump more on the economy. They say that in polls. And part of the reason for that may be the numbers. And you're aware of many of these, of course. The cost of buying a home in the United States is double what it was when you look at your monthly costs from before the pandemic. Real income, when you account for inflation, is actually down since you took office. Economic growth last week, far short of expectations. Consumer confidence, maybe no surprise, is near a 2-year low. With less than 6 months to go to Election Day, are you worried that you're running out of time to turn that around?
We've already turned it around. Look at the Michigan survey. For 65% of the American people think they're in good shape economically. They think the nation's not in good shape, but they're personally in good shape. The polling data has been wrong all along. How many, you guys do a poll at CNN, how many folks you have to call to get one response? The idea that we're in a situation where things are so bad, the folks that, I mean, we've created more jobs. We're in a situation where people have access to good paying jobs. And the last I saw, the combination of the inflation, the cost of inflation, all those things, that's really worrisome to people with good reason. That's why I'm working very hard to bring the cost of rentals down, to increase the number of homes that are available. But let me say it this way. When I started this administration, people were saying there's going to be a collapse in the economy.
I can't be the only one who feels like this is the most old we've seen him in a while, right?
Although GDP last week was far short of expectations.
Oh, it wasn't. Look, GDP is still growing. Look at the response of the markets. Overwhelmingly positive. Overwhelmingly positive. And one of the reasons why people feel good about it not being as strong as it was before is they believe that the Fed's going to respond.
They hope they're going to get a rate cut.
Yeah. Well, so, but I mean,
I forgot how old he was because he's been so aggro on the Israel stuff that I forgot about how fucking demented he is and how old he is in general.
Have a right to be concerned.
It just always feels like every time he's talking, it feels like he's like squeezing a big old shit.
$30 fee for bouncing the check. I change that. You can't charge more than $8 for that. Or your credit card, your late payment, $35. I mean, there's corporate greed going on out there, and it's got to be dealt with.
What about, but there's real pain. Grocery prices are up 30%, more than 30%. Since the beginning of the pandemic, and people are spending more on food and groceries than they have at any time really in the past 30 years. That's a real day-to-day pain that people feel.
It really is, and it's real. But the fact is that if you take a look at what the people have, they have the money to spend. It angers them and angers me that you have to spend more. For example, the whole idea of this notion that Senator Casey talked about, shrinkflation. I think it's on your
Same
program.
price for a smaller bottle of juice or something.
For example, Snickers bar, they did it.
Bro, why is Aaron Burnett like literally playing whack-a-mole? Not even whack-a-mole, but like playing plug in what the old man is saying here. She's having a conversation like many chatters have had conversations with their grandparents when they're like at the tail end of their, existence, where you're just like, yeah, grandpa, this is what you mean, right?
U.S.
Mad
bombs
libs.
to Israel due to concern that they could be used in any offensive on Rafah.
All right, here it is.
Have those bombs, those powerful 2,000-pound bombs, been used to kill civilians in Gaza?
Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers. And I made it clear that if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone into Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem. We're going to continue to make sure Israel is secure in terms of Iron Dome and their ability to respond to attacks like came out of the Middle East recently. But it's just wrong. We're not going to supply the weapons and the artillery shells used that have been used.
Artillery shells as well.
Yeah, artillery shells.
So, just to understand what they're doing right now in Rafah, is that not going into Rafah as you define it yet?
They haven't gone into the population centers. What they did is right on the border, and it's causing problems with right now in terms of with Egypt, which I've worked very hard to make sure we have a relationship and help. But I've made it clear to Bibi and the War Cabinet, they're not going to get our support if, in fact, they go in these population centers. We're not walking away from Israel's security. We're walking away from Israel's ability to wage war in those areas.
So it's not over your red line yet?
Not yet, but we've held up the weapons. We've held up the one shipment that as an old shipment was designed. We've held that up.
And I want to ask you one more thing, if I may. The images that people see out of Gaza are horrific. The UN's talking about, some of these mass graves and the summary executions that there's been evidence of, torture. The images of children, it breaks anyone's heart to look at it. And obviously, we've seen that frustration here in the U.S. on college campuses. And Mr. President, I had signs at college campuses. Some say Genocide Joe. Any of us that have gone to those campuses, sometimes we hear that chant. Do you hear the message of those young Americans?
Absolutely, I hear the message. Look, two things.
Genocide Joe.
First of all, there's a legitimate right to free speech and protest. There's a legitimate right to do that, and they have a right to do that. There's not a legitimate right to use hate speech. There's not a legitimate right to threaten Jewish students. There's not a legitimate right to block people access to class. That's against the law. That's against the law. And so, if you look at the data, these demonstrations are real, but they're not nearly, look, and I made a speech on the Holocaust the other day. Mm-hmm. And I pointed out that, it took 7 decades to get to the place where after the Holocaust occurred, and there's still anti-Semitism. Look what's happened in 7 weeks, 70. What's happening? Everybody's sort of forgotten about what happened in Israel. Those 1,200 young kids murdered. I saw pictures. I went over there shortly after. A mother and a daughter being roped together and then kerosene poured and burned to death. Nothing's like that happened in the Jewish community since the Holocaust. So when I went over immediately after that happened, I said to Bibi, don't make the same mistake we made in America. We want to get bin Laden, and we'll help you get Sinwar. But we went into Afghanistan it made sense to go get bin Laden. It made no sense to try to unify Afghanistan. It made no sense, in my view, to engage in thinking that in Iraq they had a nuclear weapon. Don't make the same mistake. Focus on, and we'll help you focus on getting the bad guys. And we got to think through what is happening after Gaza, after this is over. Who's going to occupy Gaza? I've been working with the Arab states. I won't mention them because I don't want to get them in trouble, but 5 leaders in the Arab community who are prepared to help rebuild Gaza, prepared to help transition to a 2-state solution.
To govern it?
Well,
that's a lie. And he's lying on the behest of the Trump administration.
A Palestinian authority that's real and not corrupt.
All right, well, Mr. President, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
That's it?
Thank you.
There was no fucking... What are you saying? Why is he running defense for Trump's horrifying foreign policy blunders right now?
President Obama is giving him right now on the campaign. And you're going to want to hear all of what he had to say about Trump right now.
And he may not accept the outcome of the election. I promise you he won't.
Promise that he won't.
He won't.
So...
Which is dangerous.
Plus, Trump's legal team shifting strategies as Stormy Daniels is about to return to the stand in just hours. We are now learning they plan to spend a lot more time cross-examining the adult film star.
President Biden tells me that civilians in Gaza have been killed using U.S. 2,000-pound bombs.
Saying a worm had eaten part of his brain and then died, causing memory loss. A parasite expert will be out front.
It's crazy. I'm shocked. Guys, color me surprised about the shocking revelations that came from this wonderful interview with Aaron Burnett that American 2,000-pound bombs have actually killed Gazan civilians. That's crazy. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, if you've been paying attention since October 10, you would fucking know. Did you see that RFK was a Hasanabi head? Yes, he has brain worms. I know. Oh. Didn't Trump help start historic peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel? He is a bad guy, but that seems like a W. No, dummy. The historic peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia already existed in all but like legal doctrine. Okay? Donald Trump simply sidestepped the Palestinians and their understandable demands for statehood and said, fuck the Palestinians. We're just going to do this peace negotiation between states that were already at peace privately and sometimes even publicly and solidify it in paperwork. This was disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. And Joseph Robinette Brandon defending that is crazy.
Damn, this guy's good.